Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICR, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, CESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, CESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. CESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic
Inshallah, we will be together in our session mainly related to zakah. Our session number is 11B. So we have valuable speakers, contributors from different countries. We have mainly 5 presentations in the session. And so each speaker has 15 minutes. Then sometimes we have some questions through YouTube for the contributors. If we have questions, inshallah, I'll let you know. Now, when we look at the speakers, we have 3 speakers from Indonesia. Inshallah, 1 presentation from Malaysia and also one presentation from Turkey. So if you like, we can start with the first presentation. The title is The Concept of Zakah Utilization Index. So we have four people in the list. I don't know who will speak. Yeah, please. Can you start the first presentation, please?
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Let me share my presentation.
Please. You are Aisha Utrina?
Yes, I am. Can you see my presentation, Doctor?
Yes, I can see it very well.
Okay. Assalamualaikum
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. By the way, if we have problems about the voice, so sometimes we may close our picture if you need. Okay, please.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon from Jakarta to all of you. I'm so happy today to present in front of you as the representative of my team. Actually, we were so excited to go to Istanbul, but as we know that the coronavirus is still around of us, so yeah, it's better for us to keep stay at our place to avoid the spread of the virus. But Alhamdulillah, even though we are in difficult condition, we still be able to meet in this virtual room and we can share our ideas to each other. Today, I would like to present my paper entitled Concept of Zakah Utilization Index. The paper is written by me, Aisyah Putrinasari, and the co-authors are Sister Novianti, Sister Gita Anggraini, and Sister Priesta Siningsi. We are from the same organization, the National Board of Zakah Indonesia. Before I start my presentation, I will explain you a little about our outline for today. So inshallah, we will have 5 sections here. The first section is the background. In the background, I will explain you how the zakah managed in my country and why we need this index. And then we move to literature review. In this literature review, I will explain a little about zakah and poverty and also the theory of capital. And the next one is methodology. I will explain you step by step when we construct this index. And the next one is the result. In the result section, inshallah, I will not only explain you about the final version of the index, but also the example of the use of this index. And the last one is conclusion and recommendation as the closing. Okay, the background. So, Alhamdulillah, in Indonesia, we already have regulation that regulates zakah in law number 23 of 2011. So, as the zakah management organization, we are allowed to distribute zakah fund in 2 methods, namely charity activities and productive activities. The purpose of the charity activities is to help beneficiary of zakah, or maybe we can call it as mustahik, who cannot fulfill their basic needs such as food and shelter. In these activities, normally the program will be ended after zakah fund is being given to the mustahik. On the other hand, we also have productive activities. Productive activities is distributing zakah fund to the mustahik who already meet their basic necessity but still in minimum scale. So they still need help to improve their quality of life. In general, some of them already have small business or a little of skill, but they couldn't improve their business or their skill. Some of the reasons are because they have no access to financial service to get more capital, or maybe they lack of information to scale up the skill. In this kind of mustahik, the role of zakah management is not only to give them the zakah fund, but also to make an appropriate program. The goal is to make the mustahik out of the poverty line. So during the program, the zakah management must accompany, monitor, and evaluate every single steps of the program. To make sure that the zakah program runs well, especially in zakah productive, we need a tool to assess the impact of zakah in mustahik. Actually, in the end of 2016, we already have an assessment tool called as Basnas Welfare Index, or BWI. This index consists of three another index, namely TBES, Modified Human Development Index, and Independence of Mustahik. But in the beginning of 2019, we realized that the index, or the Basnas Welfare Index, only measure the final result of the program, not the process during the program. So we decided to make another measurement to complete the Basnas Welfare Index, and we named it as Zakah Utilization Index. The purpose of the Zakah Utilization Index are to develop concept of tool that can be used to measure the impact of Zakah productive in general and to assess condition of mustahik comprehensively after given Zakah productive. And this is the literature review. So we find out that Zakah has a positive impact in reducing poverty. This is the poverty indicator. So based on the research, we know that after Zakah intervention, all of the poverty indicators score has decreasing. It means that Zakah plays a good role in human development of mustahik. And another research conducted by Beck and Pratama in 2016, it also shows that the Zakah fund in Dompet Duafa has increasing mustahik income more than 100%. And more interesting, not only the income has increasing, but also the spiritual aspect we can see from this picture. And this is the theory of capital by Bourdieu. So we found that based on the Bourdieu, that humans need to have three capitals to improve their quality of life, namely social, cultural, and economic capital. So this theory is being our basis to make as an assessment tool, but we also add two another capitals to make our tools more comprehensive, namely environment and religious capital. And this is the methodology. So our study is use a mixed method research which combines qualitative and quantitative methods. So we have 4 steps here, and the first step is the study and interview. In this step, we read a lot of paper related to empowerment, and we also construct the first draft of our index, and we also have some in-depth interview to expert in empowerment program to make our understanding about this topic much better. And after that, we move to the next step, namely focus group discussion. Actually, this is the longest part of our research because we did a lot of FGD here, about 5 or 6 if I'm not mistaken, and we have a lot of discussion about the definition, about the Likert scale, and we finalized the index in this step. As the result, we have an index consists of variables and indicators. And we are moving to the next step, validity and reliability test. In this section or in this step, we find out that some of our variables are insignificant. So we excluded them from our model. And the last step is estimation model. So in this step, we finalize the components of index based on the previous test by weighting through the expert judgment.
Sorry, I am very sorry. I think we have also 6 speakers. So my friend said me each of you has 12 minutes. Okay, so you have about, I think, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is the result. So we have 5 indicators, and each indicator has each variables. The indicator are social, cultural, economic, dawah, and environment. Social indicator has each variables. The indicator assess internal and external social relation. Several things we want to know in this indicator are how they can solve internal problems and the willingness of them to participate in social activities within the group and their society. And the next one is cultural indicator. We have 5 variables here, and this indicator assessing the knowledge and the willingness of the mustahik to develop their business, such as how often they join training, sharing knowledge each other, and maybe even conducted a comparative study with the other groups and so on. And the next indicators are economic. We have 5 variables here. These variables assessing the impact of zakah utilization in terms of material and non-material economy out by the mustahik. And the next is da'wah. Da'wah is an indicator that evaluates the process of development of spiritual condition of mustahik. And the last one is environment indicators. It has 4 variables, and the purpose of these indicators to find out their awareness of protecting the environment. Okay, this is the weighting. So the total weight of all indicator is 1, and the total of all variables in the same indicators is also 1. And this is the formulation of ZUI. ZUI calculated through multi-state weighted index, which each component has its own weight. So first we calculate the variable first, and after we found the result, we calculate the indicator. And the result of the calculation will fall into one of these categories: bad, less good, pretty good, or good. And this is the example of the use of the index ZUI measurement in empowerment group. So this measuring instrument was based on one of the empowerment groups in a zakah management organization. The aim is to find out how the process of development of mustahik after getting the help of zakah. The business is a goat breeding, and each member has goats to be farmed. And in addition, they also have goats to be farmed as a group. We can see in general, the ZUI score is 0.66, and it is in good category. But when we see in detail from the picture above, we can see that 4 of 5 indicators already in good category, while the cultural indicator still in pretty good category. So
sorry, you have, I think, one minute, okay? 1 or 2 minutes, okay?
Okay, yeah. Sure. So from this value above, it can be the basis of zakah management organization to plan improvement in the future. For example, because the lowest value is the cultural indicator, so the zakah management organization can design routine activities for them to sharing knowledge about their business or conducted a comparative study to the other groups. Okay, this is the last one, conclusion and recommendation. So in Indonesia, we have 2 methods to distribute zakah fund. First is consumptive, and the second one is productive. Consumptive zakah aims to help mustahik to meet their basic needs. Meanwhile, productive zakat in the long run can help mustahik to be eradicated from poverty and even change its status to muzaki. Unlike consumptive zakah, which takes a short time, normally, distribution of productive zakat requires a long time until the goal is reached. Besides aiming to eradicate mustahik from material poverty, productive zakat also seeks to improve the quality of life of mustahik from other aspects. And because of the productive zakah needs a long-term goal, so assistant monitoring and evaluation are needed to ensure that the productive zakah program runs well. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, inshallah, we will move to the second speaker. Small and medium enterprises in Malaysia, current state, challenge, and the possible role of zakah and waqf. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Hanif, please, you have 12 minutes. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Hanif. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, please, we are listening to you, sir.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity to present this paper Brother Ismail and other members of the session. I'm going to present this paper that is written together with a colleague, Sheikh Ghazali Abud. It hopes to do the following. Firstly, I hope to go very quickly a definition landscape of micro, small, and medium enterprises in Malaysia. We'll then take again a very quick look at the federal budget allocation to develop micro, small, and medium enterprises in Malaysia. Some general discussion about challenges faced, but I want to focus on number 4 and 5, and that is the possible role of zakat and wakaf in micro and small and medium enterprise. Let me congratulate the previous presenter. I think it was a very detailed discussion about how zakat can be utilized. But I think in the Malaysian context, we have a different scenario, and I will hopefully mention this a bit later. And then number 5, operationalizing zakat, and maybe some concluding remarks. In terms of definitions, I think this may be quite standard. There is a definition of what is a micro, what is a small, and what is a medium enterprise. If I just want to point out one thing, this definition is maybe a little bit outdated. I think the latest discussions that are going on in Malaysia is to make the micro enterprise having annual sales of less than 500,000 ringgit and not 300,000. So these are the various divisions of micro, small, and medium. And if you look on the top, in Malaysia, about 76.5% are actually in the micro category. 21% are in the small category, and only 2.5% are in the medium category. And so this gives you an idea in terms of MSMEs. We should be actually focusing much more on micro, because it involves many more people. And this is another way of presenting the same thing. 98.5%, for example, of all establishments in Malaysia are in the category of micro, small, and medium enterprise. In fact, this is the irony. We use the term SMEs when actually we should be saying micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs. Why? 76% are micro, right? So with that in mind, we should keep in mind all these things. Almost 90% of these micro, small, and medium enterprises are in the area of services, and especially in this recent COVID-19, pandemic phase, you find that this has had tremendous impact on the performance of MSMEs. The growth rate of MSMEs have been higher than the GDP growth. So that means that there is great potential for these micro, small, and medium enterprises. Let me just move on because we don't need to do this. I'm just giving you some figures about the budget allocation. I'm just choosing the latest budget, 2020 budget, which was presented last October. Almost 2 billion ringgit being allocated either through direct government funding or through the financial system that we have. And therefore, it's a big budget. And if we just go back the last 5 or 6 or 7 years in Malaysia, you will find that the budget allocated every year is actually 2 billion or even more in some years. Yeah? So a lot of money is being allocated in the case of Malaysia. And that is why I said maybe the case is different in Indonesia. In the case of Malaysia, government budgets are very, very important and allocated to the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises. The challenges that are facing, micro, small, and medium enterprise development, how to increase the share. Malaysia, unfortunately, has still only got about 37% of GDP coming from the micro, small, and medium enterprises. I think in Indonesia, it's even higher than that. Definitely in many other countries, it's higher than. So we have a challenge in increasing the GDP share. Of course, the employment numbers and employment rate. And of course, the very important one is economic sustainability. what we have, unfortunately, is that many micro enterprises, they have a big problem with sustaining their enterprise. And certainly the COVID-19 experience shows that this is a major issue. Banking institutions do provide funding to micro and small and medium enterprise. As we will see in the next couple of slides, micro enterprises actually don't rely very much on the banking system. We have another institution in Malaysia called DFIs, Developing Financial Institutions. For example, the Small and Medium Enterprise Bank, of which my co-author, Sheikh Ghazali Abod, was formerly with, they have a dedicated mandate to develop entrepreneurship, especially the small and medium enterprises, and of course, micro enterprises. Yeah, so these are the different institutions and the landscape for financing micro, small, and medium enterprises in Malaysia. Of course, besides the traditional financing avenues, we've now got new, let's say, fintech options, peer-to-peer financing, equity crowdfunding, and an investment account platform that we have. And it's not in the diagram, but the possibility of additional funding coming from, say, zakat and wakaf institutions in Malaysia. Now, this is the diagram that I was wanting to highlight just now. When we look at the sources of micro, small, and medium enterprise financing, you will find that the biggest portion comes from personal savings and internal, fund generation. In the case of micro enterprises, almost 58%, more than 58% comes from this source, right? Averaging micro, small, medium, it's at least 50%, right? So you can imagine when COVID-19 hit, the world, you find that there is no personal funds. There is no internal funds for you to use in order to finance your activity. So I think the experience in the last 3 months has really made it very important for us to be able to improve the way we finance, especially micro enterprises. These are the various challenges. Now, when we use in Malaysia, we use this term Bumi Putra entrepreneurs. We talk about Bumi Putra as the indigenous people in Malaysia. And traditionally, these group, the Malays and other Bumi Putra in Sabah and Sarawak, they are the ones that have been economically left behind. So there are some specific challenges faced by this group. And, easily 90% of Bumi Putra in Malaysia are Muslims, right? And therefore, there is a great role for zakat and wakaf to play, especially zakat. The challenges that are faced by Bumi Putra entrepreneurs and Muslim entrepreneurs, if you look at them, besides the issues of value chain, competencies, business acumen, look at the other challenges: cultural bonds, mindset issues, attitude issues, religious or misunderstanding of religion. Yeah, these are also very, very important, which prohibit the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, I want to spend a bit of time here. Let me just say that in Malaysia, availability of fund is not an issue. All right, at least until the recent COVID-19, where the government has had to increase its deficit budget by having supplementary budgets. It's not the availability of these funds, all right? There are maybe some problems of accessibility. Although the funds are available, sometimes they are not easy to access, all right, for a variety of reasons. But the bigger problem in micro and small enterprises is the human element. As I mentioned just now, attitudes, mindset, religious restrictions, or at least what they think are religious restrictions, the kind of critical internal factors. Yeah? These are the major challenges when we want to develop micro and small enterprises in Malaysia. The soft side, if I could put it that way, these are the challenges that face Muslim entrepreneurs in Malaysia tremendously. When you talk about
sorry, sir.
zakat,
I think you have 2 minutes, Mr.
okay.
Hanif.
When you talk about zakat collection, compared to the amounts that the government allocates, the zakat collection can be considered to be a relatively small amount. Okay, relatively, although one may argue 2.8 billion is not a small amount in 2018. But out of this, the gap that they need to fill, if you look at the financing gap, you know, the zakat contribution is going to be only a quarter. And even if you do that, it means all the zakat collection got to go to the development of entrepreneurship. And of course, in zakat, this is not the case, right? You would have to give the other asnaf as well. And therefore, a relatively small amount. But what I want to argue, and what my author and me would like to argue, a targeted application of zakat is possible and needs to be done. Okay, what do we mean by this? I will skip wakaf, although wakaf actually has a greater potential than zakat, because zakat is limited maybe to the 8 categories. Waqf is actually unlimited. But let me leave this away. Let me just go to the last part. Yeah? What can specifically be done? Besides focusing on the soft side, besides focusing on changing attitudes, changing hearts, and motivating the spirit, there is a very important need for zakat programs to be reorganized. All right, and I am calling for a collaboration between universities, DFIs, and even zakat and wakaf agencies, so that we can channel the funds through more effective programs. And maybe we can even learn from Indonesia, I think, in this aspect. In this current COVID-19 recovery phase, I think it is very important that micro, small, and medium enterprises that currently, you know, have that 50% personal financing internally generated fund source. This is where zakat and wakaf can probably come in the immediate, in the immediate term. Even though the amounts may not be large, I really believe, and my author and me believe, that the impact in the post-COVID-19 recovery phase can be very, very high if we are able to manage our programs well. And this would help in uplifting asna. Wallahu alam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hanif. Now, inshallah, we'll move to the second presentation. The title is The Impact of Zakat on Government's Financial Performance, an empirical study from Aceh province in Indonesia. Again, we have here, I see 2 names who, inshallah, who will speak about this presentation. Please. Okay, do you hear me?
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your introduction.
Okay,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
sorry, you are Fendi or Dudik?
This is Fendi.
Fendi, okay, Fendi. Please, you have 12 minutes, inshallah, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this session, I will try to present to all of you my research paper with Dr. Dodik Siswantoro, entitled The Impact of Zakat on Government's Financial Performance, and it's an empirical study from Aceh province in Indonesia. First, before I present the research paper that I do with Mr. Dodik, I want to introduce myself first. I am Fendi Birowo, and I am the officials from the Ministry of Finance and also graduate from University of Indonesia. And Mr. Dodik Siswantoro was previously my thesis supervisor in University of Indonesia. First, the background for my research is because the statement that is announced by the Indonesian Finance Minister, Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, that has disclosed the future policy of zakat management in Indonesia. She said in that statement that Islamic economy and Islamic finance have both contributed positive to national finance by supporting the government's financial performance. And I think it is a part of the future management policy that will be implemented in Indonesia. But in contrast, zakat itself has not become a part of the state budget or APBN that being managed by the central government. You know that the zakat itself has been managed by the Basnas, previously presented by Aisha from Basnas, but it has not included in the state budget or in the central government budget. And besides, the hypothesis on the effect of zakat on the performance of public entities cannot be concluded yet, since there's still a research gap in the existing studies that cannot be breached. And by all means, that the research itself should be supported by the relevant research, including the research from the public sector that zakat has been implemented. And because of that background also, on the other hand, Aceh province has collected zakat since 2006. And perhaps you may ask a question, why there is a difference between the central government zakat implementation and the local government zakat implementation in Aceh? It's because the decentralization policy that has been implemented in Indonesia since year of 2000 perhaps. And Aceh is perhaps the only local government in Indonesia or even in the world that practicing zakat collection as part of its local budget, according to Law Number 11, year 2006. And its zakat management has been regulated in a special regulation called Kanun Number 7, year 2004. It is a special regulation based on Islamic principle that only implemented in Aceh province. And for that reason, Aceh, in this case, could be a research object in order to prove empirically the hypothesis about the zakat and its impact on the government financial performance. And because of that reason and the necessity to prove the hypothesis, I do some literature review regarding that. And the underlying theory of existing research said that zakat and its impact on financial performance of private entities were taken by some research, such like Mene and success by Sarkar and Javait and Malkawi. But we should take a note that those research conducted in private entities environment. Therefore, if we want to draw the conclusion for the public sector, it would be different. So I try to do some other literature review for the confirmed positive effect of the zakat itself in local government in my home country in Indonesia, but studies that research about zakat and its effect on the local government financial performance has not used the local government that manage zakat as its financial system. As I mentioned before, only Aceh that confirmed then and implemented zakat policy in the local government local budget. So I think there's still a research gap that we should try to address here, because research about zakat in international journals have been conducted only in private entities. I mean, it is conducted in corporate social responsibility. But meanwhile, in my home country, the impact of zakat has been researched only as part of the local revenue. It didn't yet say about the measurement of zakat impact independently towards the government financial performance. So this research would aim to be a bridge in conducting an empirical study on the effect of zakat on the financial performance of public entities. In this case, we use the Aceh government as research object. And because of that, we try to conduct research methodologies. We use the panel data here, which is a combination of time series data and cross-sectional data, using the report of realized budget of province government from 2001 to 2011, to 2018, which is 8 years. And the cross-section unit that we use in this study was Aceh's 23 districts or municipalities. So we have 184 observations in total. And we use purposive sampling because we particularly want to choose the data and information that we will try to analyze in this context. And all of the data that we use in this research will be secondary data that was collected from various sources that I mentioned on my slides. And this is zakat realization data that we collected. You can see that the data of the zakat realization in Aceh province has been very fluctuative according to the performance of each district and municipality. And it also relatively fluctuative when you see the comparative between year by year. So it is still there's still differences on performance with each district and municipal governments, but we believe that there should be an underlying ground of the performance of zakat towards the local government's financial performance. So we use three variables here, and we use the panel data regression model to conduct this research. We use three variables, which is dependent variable. It is local financial independence ratio, and it becomes the proxy for government's financial performance in Aceh province. And for the second one, we use the independent variable. We try to segregate between each component of the local revenue in Aceh province, and therefore we got the number and amount of zakat, Aceh tax revenue, local retribution, separated Aceh own revenue, and other authorized sources of PAD or local revenue. And the third one, we use the control variable to control the effect of the other variable that is not included in the model. So we use the number of Muslim population in Aceh, and we also use the number of regional working unit in Aceh province. And so to prove the hypothesis, we try to make some model or mathematical equation, based on the previous research that is conducted in my home country. You can see that the equation is there. It based on the equation model of the panel data. And comparing to this research, the main difference is that those studies previously did not separate the impact of zakat independently. But you can see that I include the zakat as an independent variable there by using the beta 1 as the coefficient for zakat. But after several discussion with my thesis supervisor, which is also here, Mr. Dodik, we found that perhaps there is a double counting potential because zakat was counted both in dependent and independent variables. So in order to nullify this problem, we proposed an auto-criticism to the previous model. So in this case, I try to eliminate zakat in the dependent variable and also in the independent variable. The variable of KKD will also renamed to become a non-zakat local financial independence ratio because we want to make sure that the zakat impact was independently measured towards the local financial performance. So this is the research results in descriptive analysis, and we can say that all of these figures has basically drawn from the average number of all of local governments. And for choosing the research model, we use the random effect model because according to Chow test, Lagrange multiplier test, and Houseman test, and using Stata 13 as our research application, we can draw the conclusion that random effect model was the perfect model for this mathematical equation that we generated previously. And besides, we also use the classic assumption test to try to measure the correlation matrix for the multicollinearity assumption test. And we could draw that because of the figure said that it's below 95%. So therefore, there is no multicollinearity exists in my model. And the data here is valid for drawing a hypothesis for this research. And from the research model, after calculation, you can see that the significance of the t-test is 0.0, and it is less than 0.5% as the degree of freedom that I take. So it said or conclusively that it is significant towards the impact of local government's financial performance. And for the alternative model, we also got a conclusion that it is significant for the zakat to improve and leverage the financial and local government's financial performance. So all in all, in all of the explanation, the research results, in conclusion, has been proved on the hypothesis that zakat has impacted significantly towards government's financial performance. And it could be a reference for the central government of Indonesia and others to adopt zakat as a part of their financial system. And also, particularly for central government of Indonesia, they also has to do some change in their policy, especially for the obligatory system. It should be implemented, changing the existing voluntary system that is implemented in Indonesia. And the obligatory system should also consider about the whole and nisab of the zakat itself, not entirely obligation. And it also should be part of state budget in order to make the law enforcement magnifies. And the last one, it should be managed by the Ministry of Finance. As we know that we have a friend from Basnas here, that zakat is currently managing by the Basnas. And I think it is not appropriate enough because zakat is consequently related to financial, not to the religious affairs. So I think it should be managed by the Ministry of Finance as national treasurer as well as state zakat manager. Thank you so much, Doctor and colleagues for the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for perfect timing. Now we'll move to the first speaker. The title is The Effectiveness of Social Media Marketing in Zakat Institutions, a Global Comparison. I think Dodik, yeah? Dodik will present.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Dodik. So you have 12 minutes, please.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. I thank you for it is an honor for me to present the paper entitled "The Effectiveness of Social Media Marketing in Zakat Institution: Global Comparison." I am Dodik Svantoro. I am a lecturer at Universitas Indonesia. Zakat is the third pillar in Islam, which means that Muslims must conduct zakat if they have met the requirements. However, only few Muslims are aware of the obligation of paying zakat. Socialization of zakat in social media is currently an important issue at this time, as this may quickly come to Muslim minds. In addition, there should be an easy mechanism of paying zakat to ensure that Muslims can pay it. However, only in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, zakat is treated like a tax that is systematically collected, taken from the company. In Malaysia, although zakat is not directly under the government system, Muslims can claim zakat rebate as tax deduction. So in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, zakat is taken in for the local company, while tax is taken from the foreign company. The theory. The accountability theory is behind the utilization of social media awareness of zakat institution. This institution should inform the activity and program of the organization to the public as they get funds from the public. In many cases, social media is beneficial for non-profit organization for public relation. Each social media has a specific characteristic for the audience. Therefore, only few people have a similar preference to be informed by a non-profit organization. Next, many organizations do not use Twitter for stakeholder involvement. They only use it for spreading the information. Video, especially YouTube, can be useful tool for improving the awareness of non-profit organizations. Many stakeholders are satisfied with the information provided by the non-profit organization. This may also affect the donation. So the zakat institution also can take example from this if they good enough to present the information to the stakeholder. They can also get benefit by get collection from donation from the stakeholders. Research method. The research employed a qualitative method using descriptive data. 31 zakat institution or department from 32 countries would be analyzed. Actually, the total there are 54 zakat institutions that have claimed they have used social media like Twitter and YouTube would be analyzed. Nevertheless, only few institutions were active in the reset period from December 2019 until February 2020. Twitter is the biggest social media for short-term messages, and it can reach the public very fast, while YouTube has advantages such as pay-per-click or long-term video duration. Data was taken by Keyhole, a platform for social media analysis. Next, the analysis. First, analysis of the Twitter. Actually, not all the jacket institutions are presented in the table because it doesn't enough for the figure. From 54 jacket institutions across 32 countries that have Twitter and YouTube account, only 31 jacket institutions had active posting. Only 10 institutions post in their Twitter each week, which means one posting each day. The biggest posting are Rumah Jakat and Nabi Tuafa, both are from Indonesia. As we can see in the table here, the biggest posting in Rumah Jakat and Nabi Tuafa. Next, Bahrain, Kata Charity, Muslim Hand UK, Basnas, Indonesia. But the engagement meaning that like retweet, like, and comments, the biggest are from GAJT Saudi Arabia, General Authority Zakat and Tax, which is like a ministry of in Saudi Arabia. It has almost 1,500 engagement. And second is the Kata Charity. Third is the Dompet Duafa. But as we can see, for 3 months observation, there are some Zakat institutions who only post a very few small posting like NGF Canada and otherwise. Yeah, this sample of the Twitter posting by GSGT Saudi Arabia, like how do you affect Zakat and tax, and about tax education, meaning that when they post a video, people would be interested in the posting and give a comment or retweet. Next, posting by Kata Charity is about they give aid to the recipients. Next, from the independent organization, the left side is from Haji Gift, Saudi Arabia, and Islamic Relief UK, both about the information. But still, the video have give a better response from the stakeholder. Next is from Indonesia, Rumah Jakat. The left side is they inform about virus corona. On 24 January, it has 29 retweets and 47 likes. And the right side is from the Dompet Duafa. It's informed about the flood. Next, about the YouTube. Yeah, YouTube has unlimited content of video, and everyone can be included in each type of social media. Within the period, only 7 institutions, Jakat institution, posted more than 6 videos. 7 institutions had fewer than 7 videos, and the other 8 institutions has none. As we can see here, in 3 months, the biggest posting is from Basnas. Second is Dompet Duafa. Third is Kata Charity. But the biggest views are from Dompet Duafa, Kata Charity, and Rumah Jakat. Engagement is similar to the views. Compared to Twitter, YouTube has some advantages such as flexible video, duration, easy search, AdSense program to gain profit, and attachment to other social media like Facebook and Twitter. Zakat institutions should have a special division for the social media program. However, Zakat organization should provide a strong human resource to support social media. This is the example of the video from YouTube from Dompet Duafa. It's on 11 February 2020. It has 10,000 views. It's 1-minute video describe the importance of wakaf and benefit of wakaf by showing interesting scenes such as benefit for the economy, recipient, and wakaf giver. And next video from the Kata Charity on 27 January 2020. It has 20,000 views. It's also 1-minute video describe the condition of an orphanage that people should help him. So last, the conclusion. Social media is needed by a Zakat institution as a public institution. In addition, in the borderless world today, zakat institutions can raise funds from other countries by empowering their program and activities through social media. Second, content-based video that deal with current topic and issues are effective to the public and stakeholders. The last one, Twitter has short message, but it is powerful to reach many audience, while YouTube has a long and comprehensive message to the audience, as it is based on video. However, only few zakat institutions use YouTube to spread their activities. I think that's all about my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yeah, I finished.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I think we are with Nurgul, right?
Yes,
we will,
Prof.
we will inshallah listen to Zaka in Ottoman. Okay, please, you have 12 minutes, Nurgul.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank to my university, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, for hosting this international conference in this pandemic process. In this presentation, we will examine the theory and practice of zakat, mainly within the context of Ottoman Empire from a perspective including previous Turkish and Islamic states and Turkey. Okay. Zakat has been an institution that has been implemented not only in Islamic societies, but also in non-Islamic ones, along with some differences. It is naturally more likely that the practice of Islamic societies it is natural more likely that the practice of Islamic societies have been more in line with the theory of zakat, since it has many details from the process of detecting the mukallafs till the distribution. Through an accurate and thorough implementation, it can provide considerable multidimensional benefits to the society where it is applied. One of the best examples of it, that visible poverty has completely been eliminated during the era of Umar bin al-Khattab and Umar bin Abdul Aziz. Oops, sorry. Okay. Nevertheless, today, despite its crucial significance, the institution of zakat hasn't been in a place where it deserves, considering the Islamic finance industry. On the one hand, according to the Thomson Reuters report of 2018, the Islamic finance industry assets have reached 2.4 trillion US dollars from 2016 to 2018, while considering the share of corporate social responsibility funds in it, they are actually at a negligible degree. For example, zakat and charity funds have 442 million US dollars in that overall industry. Also, in the list of total CSR funds dispersed, Saudi Arabia is at the top, while Turkey has one of the lowest sharings. So while majority of the existing studies has investigated zakat under the themes of works, tax practices, social security and aids, only a few researchers have separately studied this subject. However, neither of them has developed a deeper perspective towards understanding the zakat practices of Ottomans. Thus, we plan to fill this gap by our study. While our main focus will be on Ottomans, we'll evaluate that period by briefly including a few previous states and Turkey in our analysis through an examination by adding back and forth links. First of all, the practice of zakat in Mecca, Medina, and pre-Turkish and Islamic states. Ottoman Empire has been a state that has implemented both Sharia and customary law, and it was mainly based on Sharia law. And although zakat has become compulsory in Medina in second year of Hijrah, according to views of majority of the scholars, financial obligations have been implemented under different names. And in the verses revealed in Mecca, the idea of giving from some items that people possess was encouraged, while all the principles about zakat are detailed in Medina. In Medina periods, whereas the sole fiqh hukum related to zakat is expressed in the verse Tawbah 60, the hukums were majorly determined through Sunnah. And as a significant note, in the early years, zakat rates haven't been specified, which can be because of existing customs for such payments in the regions where zakat was practiced. However, as the peninsula emerged as a power, minimum zakat rates were determined during the proposed period. So the items that were subject to zakat were livestock, trade goods and commodities, agricultural products, and mines. Yes. And when we come to the zakat practices in the Ottoman Empire, the crucial concept here is tax. And let me briefly summarize the society or the structure of the society in the Ottomans. The main production activities of them have been agriculture and stick crafts, and the fundamental field subject to zakat was agriculture. And the social structure was divided into two classes, ruling and the ruled ones, while the urban residents in the Raya class were engaged in trade, crafts, and industrial activities. The peasants were engaged in agricultural activity, while ruling class was not paying taxes, and in fact, they were the minority in the considering the population. The ruled class was paying taxes, which constitutes a large mass of people. So some details about the practice of zakat. The items were divided into two, as visible and invisible, and the both type of goods were collected separately, while the state was collecting the visible ones. Obliged agents collected the invisible ones. And in fact, this way of collection was based on the principle that the state was custody on individuals, and therefore it's called collect zakat. Those who have nisab were paying their zakat from agricultural products, livestock, gold and silver, and commodities at the rate of zakat or more than that. So if you separately examine these items, as agricultural products, different type of zakat has been taken from different type of products, such as cereal products, orchards, and pastures. And the rates were actually different. They were between 1/20 and 1/3. The most common words that were used for these products were usher and ashar, so tita in English version. after ushur has been collected under different names at different amounts and in various manners for a while, it's been collected as 1/10 during Tanzimat period. When we come to livestocks, taxes from livestocks have been collected under different names, and here we illustrate 3 of those because they have been collected in kind in many places, which is actually seems close to zakat. So these 3 are adeti anam resmi, and ondalık anam resmi. For the first 2, they were initiated in 1595 for each sheep and goat in cash. And as an example of it, according to Kanunname, in Rumeli, for example, for each 100 sheep, either 1 sheep or the price of it was taken from all sheep owners, whereas in other parts in marriage, the practice was different. So the third one was ondalık anam resmi, and it was initiated in 1825, 26, and based on 1/10. To reinforce the appointments of soldiers and prevent capitalists from shortage of meat. From the establishment of Ottomans to Tanzimat, okay, when we come to mines, they have been collected 1/5 of mines and were taken as taxes on behalf of the treasury. Okay, let me become a little faster. For customs part, gümrük resmi was the tax that was taken from trade, commodity, and assets, and there were different names like Amediye, Reftiye, Mastariye, and Mururiye or Bacı Ubur. And there are, of course, different examples of them. Also, in addition to these, there were some other taxes like temettü and ihtisab. If we have a brief discussion on zakat and tax issue here, while some taxes were collected under or above the zakat, others were collected exactly at the same rate. However, we can say that tax rates have been very close to the rates of zakat. The rates were varying according to mukallafs and provinces. While taxable items were various, some items were exempted from the tax. Also, similar taxes were practiced under different names. Overall, a number of changes have been made in the practice of zakat against changing time and conditions. So we try to explain the practice of zakat in Ottomans, considering zakatable items, their rates, and if they're taken from Muslims or not. There are also significant other issues like fard conditions, fard and validity conditions. For fard, there are different things, but for validity, niyya and tamlik are significant. Yes, actually, there are some evidences that they are proving that these issues have been taken into consideration. And
sorry, I'm very sorry. I think you have 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay. And there are in fact different arguments about that, but overall there is an agreement on the view that no tax has been collected under the name of zakat in Ottomans, but there is not the same consensus considering the types of taxes that are acknowledged as zakat. And I want to move the zakat potential of Turkey as when we consider it as the inheritor of Ottomans. So there are a few studies calculating zakat potential of Turkey. And we have also one study with Professor Bulut calculating the zakat potential of Turkey. And our results say that either 2.8% of GDP or 0.83% of total wealth are the potential zakat of Turkey. Though these numbers are different, there is a little gap between the two, but they both say that the potential of zakat in Turkey is at a considerable amount. But let's see some facts in reality, considering one good report about this issue. TÜSE's 2019 report of individual giving and philanthropy in Turkey. As a significant finding, these charities predominantly are shaped in an informal and direct manner in that those religious ones. One of the most important reasons is that indirect charities are at low amounts and rare, and this is the same considering the year 2004, and specifically the rate of zakat payers in an informal way has reduced from 40% in 2004 to 23% in 2019.
Sorry, I'm very sorry. We should finish this.
Okay.
You have just. I will give you 1 minute. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, there is one more remarkable outcome that, interestingly, the amount that is given to beggars is 60 TL per person, while the amount given within the context of zakat is 57. These numbers are very close to each other, and shows the interest of our society. So according to the report, the main problem seems to be related to the third sector institutions, considering these numbers, and the report stresses the transparency and accountability issues as a hindrance to formal donation and charity. And to conclude, we tried to examine the zakat practice of Ottomans in the study. And since they have practiced both Islamic and customary law together, the inherited practices of previous Turkish and Islamic states, how they have implemented this institution is significant for contemporary Turkey. By taking the Ottoman state as a role model, Turkey can also practice zakat under the concept of tax after completing necessary related regulations, or as another option, it may improve the practice of its existing institutions collecting and distributing zakat, such as banks, associations, and such institutions. Otherwise, whether we have a high potential of zakat actually doesn't make much difference, and consequently, to close the gap of potential and actual amounts, we suggest thinking more on how to apply zakat in Turkey in a better way by considering our heritage and our distinctive dynamics. Thanks for watching, and assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you for your presentation. Now I will listen to an Arabic, inshallah, presentation. I think there was a mistake in the coordination, so we will listen to this presentation here. I think Miss Amina Mazizra, she will talk about higher education in Canada. في الآن عندنا الآن العرض السادس، أظن كان هناك خطأ بالنسبة للتنسيق، والآن نستمع إلى السيدة آمنة مازيزرا. أظن هي ستتكلم عن التعليم العالي في كندا. من فضلك.
السلام عليكم. بسم
الله. عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
مشكورين على هذا الملتقى. في البدء أشكر كل القائمين على تنظيم هذا الملتقى وتمكنهم من إحيائه بالرغم من الظروف التي يعانيها العالم إثر الجائحة كوفيد-19. الموضوع الذي قمنا بمعالجته بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كانت عنوان المداخلة هو استراتيجيات التعليم العالي الكندي في إنتاج الكوادر المبتكرة بطبيعة الحال إن الاهتمام بالتعليم العالي في الدول المتقدمة ليس بالأمر الحديث، كونها تعتبره بمثابة مقياس لتقدمها وازدهارها، فله أهمية حاسمة في حلقة النمو الاقتصادي، لما له الفضل من تقديم مخرجات ذات كفاءات عالية. لذا في الجهود المتواصلة يعني من طرف كل الدول لتطويره وتحسينه بشكل يواكب التطورات الحاصلة في العالم بهدف زيادة هذه الكفاءة. كما أن طبيعة الاقتصاد الحالي أي الاقتصاد الرقمي والمعرفي الذي نعيشه تتطلب نوع جديد من العمالة التي تمتاز بخصائص مغايرة عما كانت سابقا، مما جعل الاهتمام بدراسة واقع التعليم العالي والعمل على تطوير مخرجاته بما يتناسب وسوق العمل ضرورة حتمية. وبذلك حول الجامعة من دورها التقليدي في توفير المعرفة إلى دور استراتيجي وهو إنتاج الرأس المال البشري، أي أن تصبح الجامعة بذلك من مصنع للمعارف والابتكار، من مصنع للمعارف إلى مصنع يقوم بإنتاج معارف وابتكارات تقدمها على شكل مخرجات. لذا قمنا في هذه الدراسة بتسليط الضوء على التعليم العالي الكندي الذي يعتبر أنه مصنف من بين أفضل النماذج العالمية، وذلك أثبته خاصة في هذه الجائحة التي نعيشها حاليا، بحيث أنه تمكن من الاستمرار ولم يتوقف كباقي المؤسسات التعليمية الأخرى التي في باقي أنحاء العالم. لذا تشهد كندا مكاسب إنتاجية سريعة في سنوات عديدة، فنجد أن أصحاب القرار والمسؤولين عن التعليم العالي يواجهون تحدي صعب ومستمر لإيجاد التوليفة المثلى لإنتاج الكوادر المبدعة التي تلبي احتياجات ومستقبل سوق العمل. لذا فهنا تبرز الإشكالية التي سنقوم بمعالجتها، وهي ما هي الاستراتيجيات المتبعة من طرف وزارة التعليم العالي والحكومة الكندية لإنتاج الكوادر البشرية التي تتوافق ومتطلبات سوق عملها. لذا قمنا بتقسيم محاور البحث إلى مجموعة من التساؤلات. التساؤل الأول: ما هي أهم مميزات وطبيعة التعليم العالي الكندي وتصنيفه دوليا؟ يليه مسح لواقع التعليم العالي الكندي حسب آخر الإحصائيات، وتطرقنا ولذلك قمنا بتقسيم المسح للواقع من حيث عدد الطلبة الملتحقين بالتعليم العالي وعدد خريجيها، وكذلك معدل الإنفاق الذي تقوم بتقديمه الحكومة الكندية من أجل التعليم العالي. وفي الأخير كانت أهم الاستراتيجيات التي تتبناها التعليم الكندي. في البدء، ما هو الذي يميز التعليم الكندي عن غيره؟ تتمتع الجامعات الكندية بسمعة ورصانة علمية على النطاق العالمي في العديد من البرامج الدراسية وفروع المعرفة، بحيث تقوم بتقديم تدريب وبرامج متطورة ومهارات تكنولوجية ومهنية في مجال الابتكار والريادة. ولذا الدراسة الجامعية في كندا تعتبر ذات ميزات عديدة. لذا نلاحظ بما أننا في القارة الأمريكية هناك تشابه كبير ما بين التعليم الكندي والتعليم في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية إلى حد ما، ولكن التعليم الكندي في بعض من المقاطعات يتأثر بالنظام البريطاني أيضا. فنجد مؤسسة التعليم العالي ملتزمة تماما برفع مستوى التعليم من خلال رفع المهمة التعليمية إلى مستوى أعلى من المعرفة والمهارات. لذا نجد أنه بلغ عدد الجامعات العامة والخاصة المعترف بها في كندا إلى 163، و183 كلية ومعاهد عامة معترف بها. ينظم فيها التعليم من قبل المقاطعات 10 و3 حكومات للبلد. بما أنه يوجد تنوع ثقافي هنا في كندا ما بين اللغة الإنجليزية واللغة الفرنسية التي تتبناها مقاطعة واحدة وهي كيبك، فنجد أن النظام التعليمي في كندا بمجملها هو ليس نظام تعليمي موحد. لذا لكي نقول عن أي بلد أن جامعاته تحقق تنافسية دولية، استوجب أن تصنف من بين 200 جامعة وفقا لمعايير التصنيف العالمية الQS. فحسب التصنيفات العالمية لسنة 2020 نجد أن الجامعات الكندية احتلت مراتب مرموقة في هذا التصنيف. فنجد أن University of Toronto احتلت المرتبة 18، وكذا نظيرتها University of British Columbia احتلت المرتبة 34. ونجد أيضا جامعة ميغير احتلت المرتبة 42، وكذلك ماستر يونيفرسيتي المرتبة 72، وجامعة يونيفرسيتي اوف مونريال احتلت المرتبة 58، وألبرتا 136، وجامعة أوتاوا المركز 141 من بين التصنيفات العالمية. كذلك لتحسين التحصيل العلمي الكندي كما هو الحال في جميع الدول المنظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية على مر السنين، تزامن هذا التطور جزئيا مع آثار التقدم التكنولوجي والعولمة التي تساعد على دفع الطلب المتزايد على العمالة الماهرة وتغير طبيعة المهارة التي تتوافق وسوق العمل. لذا نجد أن عدد الطلبة المسجلين بالجامعة والكليات والمعاهد الكندية في سنة 2019 قارب إلى 1,090,000 طالب بدوام كامل و266,000 بدوام جزئي، بحيث أن الفصل الدراسي أو السنة الدراسية الجامعية تقسم إلى 3 فصول: فصل الخريف وهي سيسيون تاع الخريف، وفصل الشتاء، وأيضا بسيسيون ديتي. ونجد أيضا أن مدى إقبال الطلبة على التعليم الجامعي كان متمركز أكثر ما بين الفئتين العمريتين 18 و24 حسب المعطيات والمنحنى الذي نراه أمامنا. نجد أن خلال فترة سنة 2003 إلى 2019 هناك إقبال كبير من هذه الفئة العمرية على التحصيل الجامعي، وتفضيلهم دائما المعاهد المهنية أو الاكتفاء بالشهادة الثانوية، ويليه بعد ذلك المعاهد والكليات المهنية، وفي الأخير نجد الأشخاص الذين اكتفوا بالشهادة الثانوية على الأقل. وذلك راجع أن سوق العمل الكندي يتميز بتوفر المناصب الشاغرة وإمكانية التدرج في الوظيفة بدون النظر إلى العمر، وتقلد مناصب إدارية عالية نظرا إلى كفاءة الفرد وخبرته وتحصيله الأكاديمي، وهذا ما يدفع بهم إلى الحصول إلى شهادة أو دبلوم مهني خلال تدرجهم في العمل أو بمرورهم إلى سوق العمل. نجد أيضا أن خريجي التعليم العالي كانوا من بين الفئة العمرية 25 و 34 بحسب المنحنى أو الأعمدة البيانية التي أمامنا. نجد أن آخر تحديث لهذه الإحصائيات كان في سنة 2018. نجد أن كندا تحتل المرتبة الثالثة من بين الدول الأعضاء لمنظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية من حيث معدل خريجيها الذي تراوحوا ما بين الفئة العمرية 25 و 34، وذلك بنسبة 61.75% مقارنة بالمتوسط متوسط منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية الذي كان 44.5. فنرى أن ما بين الجامعة أو الدولة المحتلة للمرتبة الأولى ودولة كندا فلا يوجد يعني فرق كبير، ولكن المحتلة للمرتبة الأولى هي كوريا، وذلك بنسبة 69.6، يعني مقارنة مع نسبة كندا التي هي 61.75، فلا يوجد فرق كبير. نرجع الآن إلى الإنفاق العام على التعليم العالي من طرف الحكومة الكندية. الإحصائيات التي أمامكم هي آخر إحصائيات كانت لسنة 2016، بحيث
آسف عندك 3 دقائق. أوكي.
أوكي.
شكرا.
قدرت ب 35 مليار دولار إنفاق مباشر. وننتقل الآن إلى نقطة الموالية وهي الأهم، وهي أهم الاستراتيجيات التي تتبعها الدولة الكندية لتطوير تعليمها. كان تتبنى 3 استراتيجيات: استراتيجية البناء على النجاح، وذلك عن طريق الطلاب الأجانب التي تعتبرهم القوة العاملة والمهارة الغد. لدينا أيضا استراتيجية نموذج المناهج المبتكرة واستراتيجية حضانة الأعمال في التعليم العالي. نبدأ بأول استراتيجية. هذه الاستراتيجية تبنتها الدولة الكندية، وذلك بحملها لاسم البناء على النجاح، وذلك باستقطابها المزيد من الطلاب الأجانب وضمهم إلى الجامعة الكندية، بحيث قدرت الميزانية المصروفة على هذه الاستراتيجية ب 148 مليون دولار كندي على مدى 5 سنوات القادمة، أي ما قيمته 8 ملايين دولار أخرى بشكل سنوي، وهو ما يعني سنوات طويلة من الدعم الحكومي المستمر لهذه الاستراتيجية، بحيث كان عدد الطلاب الأجانب الذي انضموا إلى الجامعة الكندية وصل إلى 720 ألف لسنة 2020. فنجد أن تصريحات الدولة تقول أن الطلبة الأجانب هم القوة العاملة ومهارة الغد. كما أن آخر مستجدات هذه الاستراتيجية المتبعة هو ما جاء عن طريق القرارات التي اتخذها الوزير الأول مع وزير الهجرة بمقاطعة كيباك، بحيث قاموا بوضع مجموعة من قائمة الوظائف التي يحتاجها السوق العمل الكندي، وذلك لاستقطاب العمالة التي تحتاجها فقط عن طريق الطلبة الأجانب. ننتقل إلى استراتيجية موالية وهي استراتيجية نموذج المناهج المبتكرة. هذا النموذج تبنته من المقاربة الأمريكية. جامعة أمريكا هي التي تبنى هذا النوع من النماذج الذي ظهر في 1940-1930. هذا النموذج يركز على تحديد احتياجات الطلاب، احتياجات الطالب من تخصصات معينة ومن مناهج معينة، والعمل على تكييفها مع أساليب وإجراءات وتقنيات التدريس التي تزيد من فعالية عملية التعليم. وتتبنى هذه الاستراتيجية هي محاولة تشجيع الطالب على المشاركة في الأنشطة التعليمية وتكوين لديهم تفكير تحليلي يدعم هذه الاستراتيجية. كما أن جوهر هذه الاستراتيجية العمل على بناء موارد ذات تفكير مانجيري. وفي الأخير استراتيجية حاضنة الأعمال كانت تعد كأداة استراتيجية لبناء والمحافظة على رأس المال الفكري لعدم هجرته وخلق الصلة وتقارب بين المؤسسة الاقتصادية.
آسف، أظن ما في وقت، يعني نكمل يعني في دقيقة واحدة، لأن يعني ننهي الجلسة في الساعة الثانية. كمان عندنا بعض الأسئلة، يعني من فضلك.
نعم، أوكي. ومن مظاهر التعاون بين الجامعات والمؤسسات الإنتاجية في كندا كذا نماذج مراكز. هنا قامت كندا بإيجاد مجموعة من هذا النموذج للدمج ما بين الجامعة والمؤسسة الإنتاجية، بحيث سميت بمراكز التميز في كندا، وهي عبارة عن مراكز بحثية موجودة داخل الجامعات للقيام بإنشاء وتمويل هذه المراكز المتميزة وتوثيق العلاقة ما بين الجامعة والمؤسسة الصناعية. وقد ظهرت هذه النوع من الاستراتيجية في بداية السبعينات، عندما قامت مؤسسة العلوم الوطنية بكندا بتمويل مجموعة من البرامج لتطوير ودعم العلاقة ما بين الجامعات والصناعة. في الأخير يوفر نظام التعليم العالي الكندي قوة عاملة ماهرة مؤهلة، بحيث أنها تحقق نتائج جيدة بشكل عام في سوق العمل محليا أو خارجيا، فهي من الكوادر المعترف بها في جميع أنحاء العالم. فكما نجد أن معدلات النجاح للطلبة مرتفع جدا، لكن أن مستوى الإقبال على التعليم العالي هو الذي في الدولة هو الذي كان متوسط. لذا يجب العمل الدائم على تحسين والحفاظ على معدل العرض للعمالة الماهرة في سوق العمل. كانت للحكومة ووزارة التعليم العالي اتباع مجموعة من الاستراتيجيات لرفع معدل الطلبة الأجانب لاستكمال دراستهم بكندا لتغطية هذا العجز. فكانت سياسة الهجرة هي الحل لإيجاد مصدر جديد للمهارة، خاصة مع نقص فئة الشباب في المجتمع الكندي، وتقدم الكوادر الكندية في السن، بحيث لا يتواكب مع متطلبات الاقتصاد الحالي المعرفي، خاصة نسبة أن المجتمع الكندي هنا يتميز بنسبة شيخوخة سكانية تؤكد الحاجة إلى تحسين مستويات التعليم وجودة التعليم وتعزيزها باستمرار من خلال التعلم مدى الحياة للحفاظ على القدرة التنافسية للدولة على الصعيد الدولي وتجنب نقص المهارات في المستقبل. في الأخير أشكر حسن إصغائكم والمتابعة.
خلاص نشكركم جزيل الشكر. الآن ننتقل إلى القسم الإنجليزية. Okay, I think we have finished the session. I have some questions. Now I will read the questions. Now we will, inshallah, listen to the answers quickly. The first question for Mr. Aslam Hanif. The question is, how congenial the environment in Malaysia is for entrepreneurship to grow in terms of government's right incentive? So this question is for Mr. Aslam Hanif. Then there are two questions for Nurgul Sevinch. Two questions. The first one, what are the examples of Batana goods? And the second one, what lessons can we draw for this historical practice in order to implement zakat in the present world context? So if you just answer quickly for each question, maybe for 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes, then we will close the session, inshallah. Thank you.
Right. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the question. I think, as I mentioned in my paper, in Malaysia, the role of the state has been very, very large over the last 10 years in terms of developing entrepreneurship. Availability of funds is not an issue. Sometimes there are maybe so many different funds overlapping each other, and so maybe the management of these funds sometimes poses challenges. And again, the issue may not be the availability of funds, but actually the take-up rate and the ability for the entrepreneurs to actually change what is within themselves. And that is why I was very interested in the presentation about the Indonesian case, where we had this zakat, utilization index, having in the ability to measure the effectiveness, and especially those areas which focus on the inner dimension. I think this would be something very useful for us to learn from our colleagues in Indonesia. And also, I just make last point to have the zakat being managed by the Ministry of Finance is a very interesting suggestion. I wish you good luck. It is not going to be an easy thing to transfer this, but let us keep trying. Inshallah, we will succeed. Wallahu alam.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Hanif. Now, inshallah, we will listen to Ms. Nurgül. Please. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for questions. For the first one, examples of batina, so invisible goods, in fact, they are. Maybe the most famous examples of them are gold and silver. When we say invisible, they are not. People can keep these goods at their home, for example, so they don't have to, show them to the public. So these are invisible, and they are in fact are they responsible from the amount that they need to give zakat from them. For the second questions, the lessons that we can draw from the example of Ottomans is, for the theory part, we need to, in fact, study more on the theory of zakat. For example, the new items that are zakatable, we may need to study more on that to improve the theory, considering our current contemporary time and situations. And also the practice part is important because zakat is compulsory. We need to be, we may practice it under the law, so that we may manage it from one hand, and we may make it compulsory, because as we saw in the report, the amount that zakat, the collected amount of zakat has decreased nearly for the last 15 years. So this may be a good precaution for that. So these two things we can say as a lesson to draw from the Ottoman example. Thanks again.
Okay, I think now we have finished the session. I would like to thank all participants for your contribution. Now I would like to thank the organizers. Now I am closing the session. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Professor. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you are welcome. Inshallah, see you.
Thank you very much.
See you in Istanbul, inshallah, next time.
Inshallah.
Okay. Next
Welcome
time,
then.
inshallah. Okay.
Welcome. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. As-salatu was-salamu ala Rasulina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear professors, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance with theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. Today we have two keynote speakers. First one is Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan. Before he's addressing us, I'd like to introduce him in brief. Professor Dr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan is a professor of finance in the Department of Economics and Finance in the University of New Orleans. Professor Hassan is the winner of the 2016 Islamic Development Bank Prize in the Islamic Banking and Finance. Professor Hassan received his BA in Economics and Mathematics from Gostos Odorsey College, Minnesota, USA, and MA in Economics and PhD in Finance from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, USA, respectively. Professor Hassan is a financial economist with consulting, research, and teaching experiences in development finance, money and capital markets, Islamic finance, corporate finance, investments, monetary economics, macroeconomics, Islamic banking and finance, and international trade and finance. Professor Hassan has done consulting work for the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, African Development Bank, Transparency International Bangladesh, Islamic Development Bank, United Nations Development Program, Government of Turkey, and many private organizations. Professor Hassan has been elected board member of the Ethics and Governance Committee and Education Board of Accounting and Auditing Organization for the Islamic Financial Institution, AUFI. Please, Prof, stage is yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and good morning and good evening to the audience. Today I have been listening to the keynote presentation of all the greats and big scholars in Islamic finance over the last 5-6 days. There are a few names, Murad Sijaska, Professor Mehmet Bulut, Sami Soilam, Mehmet Asute, Abbas Mirakor, Arif Arsoy, Tariqullah Khan, Manzar Kaf, Azmi Umar, and after me, Professor Dr. Mawid Al-Jarhi coming. Today, I'm going to take a different take. This is a convergence between Islamic finance and ethical finance. So this work is done with a number of scholars from Italy who has an interest in ethical finance, and I have an interest in Islamic finance. So we are combining our efforts into this presentation. So it is segmented in different parts. One part, the main thrust of the research is an empirical research. So I'm going to get into this thing. But before I do this, I want to start with the ethical finance and Islamic finance, how they are related and how they can converge and can help each other. So if you look at the sustainable responsible impact investing is estimated size to be about $30 trillion, whereas Islamic finance estimated size is about 2 trillion. So Islamic finance is bringing value to the society. It stimulates economic activity, entrepreneurship while addressing poverty and inequality. It promotes comprehensive human development. It advocates fairness. It promotes social trust, cooperation, and solidarity. Require balance between individual rights and rights of society and state. Doing good is encouraged, does not subscribe to encroachment on anyone's property rights. So Islamic finance should engage in socially responsible activities activities because of its inherent virtues to assist individuals or societies to enhance their living and environmental conditions. Now, specifically, what are the differences, similarities between these two? Ethical finance starts from the value proposition. It outlined in a stated intent, environmental sustainability is one of the goals, whereas Islamic finance stated intent expounded in the Quran and the Sunnah from the principles of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the manner environmental sustainability achieved is a clear articulation on environmental consideration only began following the Bandutland Report 1987 with embedded ESG in investing, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. For the Islamic finance, do good and prevent harm by treating environment in a fair and just manner. Is moderation, avoiding wastage and excesses. Treat every living human being with mercy, duty of care to protect and keep safe for next generation. And what are the methodologies used? Different treatment processes. Ethical finance focuses on negative screening, ESG integration, shareholder activism, whereas in Islamic finance looks at sector screening, entity screening. Now, how does ethical finance contribute to financial stability? The way Islamic finance does. For ethical finance, it has a long-term orientation, avoidance of short-term transactions, avoidance of high-risk speculative activities, governance process and ESG framework, high degree of disclosure and transparency, and emphasis on ethics, culture, and values. Whereas Islamic finance, the elements of Islamic finance that contribute to financial stability, the requirement that financial transactions be supported by real economic activity, profit and loss sharing, hence built-in risk management, robust governance process, both Sharia and corporate governance, embedded transparency, and avoiding speculative or illegal activities. So there are commonalities between these two strands, Islamic finance and ethical finance, long-term orientation and sustainability. Both are inclusive, both have ethical values, economic well-being, and finally preserving interests of the next generation. But there is a difference in focus. Ethical finance, it gives priority to environment, adding value to society, whereas Islamic finance is strongly, by its very definition, anchored to real economy, strong built-in elements of financial stability. Now, there is some benefit. A study done by Refinitiv shows that ethical finance can significantly improve environmental, social, governance performance. ESG scores is 6% higher for governance Sharia-compliant financial companies, whereas it's 10% higher for Sharia-compliant non-financial companies, which basically tells there is something convergent Sharia and ESG screening. Sharia and ESG screening show some correlation. Combining these two can improve overall risk-adjusted returns. Greater focus on ESG-specific screening on top of Sharia screening would minimize risk from such exposure. So, the both Sharia compliance screening and ESG screening create portfolios of similar characteristics. So, combining both screens can add significant new information. And Islamic banks face indirect environmental risk based on types of economic activities they finance, and they can factor in environmental and social risk into its charges to reduce risk exposure. And also it can influence client to adopt risk mitigation techniques. So what are the methods they both follow? SRI and ESG is exclusionary screening, best-in-class selection, active ownership, thematic investing, impact investing, and ESG integration. Now, impact investing, according to the Global Impact Network, the practice of impact investing has 4 core characteristics. Investors intend to have a social or environmental impact. They use evidence and data to derive investment design. Investors manage themselves towards the intended impact through measures such as establishing feedback loops and communication of performance. And investors with credible impact investing practices use shared industry terms, conventions, and indicators. So, exclusionary screening is the most common ESG method by Islamic finance. As I said before, Islamic finance uses screening to avoid financing business built on riba, excessive gharar, alcohol, adult entertainment, gambling. In Islamic equity investing, further exclusionary screening is applied based on the proportion of impermissible income and the leverage of the companies. And companies with impermissible income of more than 5% of total income, or with a debt level more than 33% of book value or market capitalization, are excluded. And these exclusion measures differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And it also, the exclusionary screening in Islamic finance may vary depending on how the ratios are defined and calculated. Tobacco provides an interesting case in Islamic exclusionary screening. Tobacco consumption is not directly associated with a prohibition in primary source of Islam. However, modern Islamic finance prohibits businesses associated with it because smoking is injurious to health. So, what are the similarities between these two? Both approaches have a strong ethics foundation. Commonalities include a concern for human rights and environment, a focus on long-term sustainability and success, and avoidance of aggressive leverage. And research report on Islamic finance and ESG consideration states that a direct correlation between Sharia compliance and ESG scores. Now, there are different guidelines and standard setters. You have the United Nations Global Impact Compact, OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, Global Sustainable Investment Alliance, Principle for Responsible Investment. And these bodies' publication influence practices in both SRI investing and Islamic finance. And the development of Islamic finance has also benefited from standard setting bodies such as AOFI. AOFI has a standard on corporate social responsibility known as Corporate Social Responsibility Conduct and Disclosure for Islamic Financial Institution. And this standard lays out mandatory and voluntary conduct and serves as a common reference point in Islamic finance. So, but however, there are differences of economic thought, whereas SRI investing focuses more on financial decision rather than the wider economy, whereas Islamic finance is born out of Islamic economic thought. It intends to criticize the pre-market versions of capitalism, and using an Islamic worldview, it seeks to identify ways and means to arrive at a more just economic order, one with less inequality and more stability than the present one. So there is an ethical bridge both on the term that you both wants to avoid harm and do good. And this bridge is built on shared common concern about society and the environment, as well as historical connection. Historically, similarities between Islamic investing and SRI investing are most visible with respect to traditional faith-based, socially responsible investing in the United States that use similar exclusionary screening on similar industries. There are modern examples of financial services providers who have been able to create offerings that both meet Islamic prohibitions and consider ESG considerations. For example, Amana mutual funds in the United States, where I live, seek companies that demonstrate both Islamic and sustainable characteristics. The fund's literature defines sustainable insurers as those that are established, consistently profitable, financially strong, and following robust ESG policies. Setco, on the other hand, Capital, one of the largest asset managers in Saudi Arabia, combines traditional Islamic screening with modern ESG considerations. It describes this as its prudent ethical approach and believes that it leads to financial outperformance. And some examples, Sukuk meet advanced ESG criteria. In 2017, a green Sukuk was issued in Malaysia, raising US $59 million to finance a solar power plant. And the Sukuk was issued under Malaysia's SRI Sukuk framework and endorsed by the Sharia Advisory Council of the Securities Commission in Malaysia. Now, the main drivers of originatory growth, the main drivers of the signatory growth in OIC countries are the strong alignment of social objectives in responsible investment and Islamic finance, and the additional financial value of integrating environmental, social, and governance factors into investment processes, which can be combined with Sharia screening. Bank Nizwa, a fast-growing Islamic bank in Oman, has distinguished itself by embedding social and economic environment in its financing and by enabling staff to participate in charitable activities. So this example illustrates that providers of financial services can create offerings that will qualify as both Islamic and SRI investing. So what are the convergence between these two? Doing more on ESG issues is helpful to Islamic finance in addressing the criticism leveled against it for putting legal technicalities of Islamic commercial jurisprudence over economic and moral substance. And Islamic finance has been learning and will continue to learn from developments in SRA investing, will adapt accordingly. The reverse, that is SRA investing adopting Islamic finance conservatism, is less likely to happen because the financial conservatism built into Islamic finance prohibitions does not feature prominently among the priorities of SRI investing customers and providers in its core markets. That said, the better the Islamic finance becomes at managing ESG issues, the more likely it is to be accepted as part of SRI investing. Now, coming back to the empirical exercise that we have done for this presentation, the growing interest in Islamic corporate finance and CSR, the concept of CSR is theoretically embedded in Islam. In Islam and CSR similarities, as I explained, with ethical investment, but also differences in practices, as I explained before. No study to date investigates the interaction between CSR and Sharia screenings, and benefits of ESG screenings could be larger for Sharia compliant firms. So what are the research questions in this empirical piece of my presentation? Assessing whether Sharia compliance enhances the risk mitigating effect of ESG engagement on market risk of non-financial firm, distinguishing systematic and idiosyncratic risk. Identifying ESG sub-pillars and categories provide greater benefits to Sharia compliant firms. So there is a snapshot of existing empirical literature connecting CSR, and sizable literature finds a negative relationship between CSR and firm risk, cost of debt, cost of equity, cost of capital, dividend policy. And Islamic corporate finance literature is still in infancy. Sharia certification effect of Sharia compliance in lowering cost of capital. I have a piece with Dr. Halim in affecting stock market valuation of bond offerings, Godlowski, and influencing credit ratings, Said Azmoth and his co-authors. And there is also Islamic level effect on Sharia compliance firms. I have another piece, style of managers in taking financial decisions. Now, with this empirical exercise, we want to contribute to the extending the literature on Islamic corporate finance and CSR by studying the combined effect of Sharia and ESG screenings, as I explained before, and the ability of Sharia compliant firms to benefit from a stronger risk mitigating effect at higher levels of ESG engagement. About ESG, the effects of the sub-pillars on Islamic firms' market risk, and theoretical contribution and agency stakeholder and portfolio theories applied to Islamic firms. Now, there are similarities and differences I said in the previous slide, so I will skip these two things. So what are the theoretical framework and hypotheses they're trying to develop? Both the portfolio and agency theories predict a negative outcome from CSR and Islamic screenings, while stakeholder theory attributes to engagement in such activities a positive result. And CSR, additional non-financial screenings, increase searching and monitoring costs or lower diversification opportunities, leading to lower returns or higher volatility, and agency issues in firms to hide management behavior. But stakeholder theory, on the other hand, screenings are likely to have a positive impact since they allow the selection of financially stronger, more stable, more profitable companies. Then on the basis of this theory, we develop a series of hypotheses. Our first hypothesis, ESG scores irrespective of compliance to Sharia principle, are negatively associated to market risk, both as a composite score and when broken down in sub-pillars or categories. In Islamic firms, screenings with negative effect on performance and positive on risk due to searching and monetary cost, more concentrated. On the other hand, more stable and financially stronger firms and positive stakeholder effects. Then we have hypothesis 2, Sharia compliance, irrespective of the level of ESG score, is positively associated with market risk of firms. And Cho in 2012 said, finding that membership in an ethical index is far more affected by what firms say rather than what they do. Sharia compliant firms engaged in ESG practices should improve their liquidity, exclude high leverage or excessive uncertainty, or include screening that mitigate market risk. So high levels of ESG scores are associated with stronger risk mitigating effect in Sharia compliant firms. So actually we have done a huge empirical research collecting data on 4,624 non-financial firms with an ESG score. Out of this 1970 Sharia compliant firm, 2707 are not, and it is coming from Thomson Reuters Definitive Database, period 2002-18. Extensive and global data set that covers the following continents: Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, North America, and Oceania. So this is our empirical model, pooled OLS regression with time, industry, region fixed effects, and market risk. We have standard deviation of monthly stock returns of the previous year, market model for idiosyncratic and systematic risk, and variable interest as ESG score and the dummy Sharia with their interaction. So we do have a lot of controls in order to take care of endogeneity and robustness. So I want to just say one, to address endogeneity in the form of reverse causality, you have instrumental variable two-stage least square. To further address endogeneity between CSR and firm risk, we use 2008 and 2009 financial crisis as an unexpected exogenous event to shock the system in order to address the endogeneity issue. We have a triple different interaction term which tells our story. Subsample focus in North Africa, EU, and Asia. We have a propensity score matching, comparing equity risk of Sharia compliant and conventional firms. And also we have other subsample for ESG score levels, lower, high levels, firm size, larger and smaller, whether they differ between these parameters, stage of development of the reference country, emerging versus developed country. So what are our main results? The ESG scores are able, regardless of Sharia compliance, to reduce market risk. And this risk mitigating effect occurs for both the idiosyncratic risk and systematic risk, despite being stronger for the latter. Sharia compliance, regardless of the level of the firm's ESG score, increases all measures of firm risk, especially the systematic component, because of the reduced investment opportunity set. However, the interaction term shows that for high levels of ESG score or sub-pillars, risk mitigating effect on Sharia compliant firms is stronger than for conventional firms, resulting in lower levels of market risk. Integrating ESG practices in Sharia compliant firms erases the positive association with firms' undiversifiable risk, and ESG and Sharia screening together provide an overall risk reducing effect, but only the former is associated in a statistically significant sense with systematic component. When these are combined, we obtain a net risk mitigating effect arising from both the total and idiosyncratic risk. So this is an empirical, and our paper has a series of tables that we demonstrate our results: the total risk, idiosyncratic risk, systematic risk. If you just simply look at ESG in Sharia, you see a negative impact. And if you look ESG by itself, it has a negative impact. So when you combine Sharia with ESG, it does have a negative risk reduction, both in total risk and idiosyncratic risk sense. So we do also the sub-pillar in the interaction, environmental, social are highly correlated with the risk reduction for Sharia compliant firms. Conversely, we do not detect any statistically significant association with the interaction Sharia compliance and governance. So governance is still poor. the main drivers of the risk mitigating role of ESG scores, regardless of a firm being Sharia compliant or not, are resource use and emission for environment, workforce and product responsibility for society, and management and CSR strategy for governance. We do a number of robustness check, and this robustness check also shows a negative association between risk and ESG scores and holds across subsamples, mainly for larger firms and for developed countries. So we contribute to the literature by linking the CSR and Islamic corporate finance research streams. We document for the first time using a huge amount of data the role played by Sharia compliance regarding the market risk of non-financial firms, and Sharia compliant firms receive on average higher ESG total and individual scores and mitigating effect of ESG score in reducing market risk for all firms. So we conclude when Sharia compliance is considered regardless of ESG score, the prevailing effect is the traditional portfolio theory prediction of an increase in market risk, possibly confirming concern about lower diversification, higher screening and monitoring costs, and stronger agency issues. However, as ESG scores increase, the risk mitigating effect is stronger for Sharia compliant firms than for conventional ones, leading to lower final level of market risk for firms highly committed to CSR and attractiveness of Sharia compliant entities that are highly engaged in CSR in terms of response to market. So the overall conclusion is that in addition to doing negative screening for Islamic Sharia compliant funds, they also have to do positive screening by bringing the components of ESG into its investing decision. Now, I just want to switch a little bit. So why you are doing Islamic finance? Of course, it's rooted in divine law, the prohibition of harmful transaction. We talk about economic justice for all humanity, circulation of wealth, interest concentrates wealth, commoditization. We try to relate to this real assets, risk sharing, and does not transfer risk to the borrower. And by doing this, when you compare lending is a debt-based economy and investing in ethical equity-based economy, it's a win-lose framework. It's a zero-sum game in a lending framework, but it's a win-win framework in investing in equity-based ethical framework. In lending, it creates debt. In investing framework in real assets, in lending, you transfer risk, but in ethical equity investing, your risk is shared. And lending, you unfair gains for profit and losses. In ethical, just and fair profits and loss sharing. And in lending, rich gets richer, poor gets poorer. And in ethical equity-based investing, such as Islamic finance promotes justice and equity. Now, it is not always so. Islamic finance was initially launched to avoid interest-bearing system, to promote equity-based financing, to share profit and loss among various stakeholders, to avoid a priori fixed return so that business return can be attached to risk, to place productivity at the center of financing. However, right now, where it is going? The practice of Islamic banking industry did not follow this idealist theory of the pioneers, our forefathers. The system has relied heavily on undesirable contracts. There has been a shift in ideology connecting fixed return to PLS-based system. Some of these ideological shifts were rolled out by early advocates of Islamic finance. A number of theoretical compromises were made by third generation of Islamic finance experts and Sharia scholars. This approach, of course, could not result in the alternative of the conventional system, rather leads to integration of Islamic finance within the conventional. So the idealist who started this view PLS and non-interest bearing based banking, permissibility of some undesired debt-like instruments, and the social welfare over profit maximization. Then we drifted to debt-like instrument, combining several contracts into one, financial engineering, apologetic attitude for this drift. And then we came second best, fixed return but to PLS, financial engineering to cater to customer needs, but customer satisfaction over social welfare. So where does the future goes? Richard Thomas Chief Executive of British Islamic lender Gatehouse Bank, said the industry is in danger of dying in its cradle because it has taken poison in its food from conventional capital markets. Abbas Miracle in 2000 said, if Islamic banking continues on its selected path of developing reverse engineered Islamic instruments, it will become as vulnerable to cycles and shocks as conventional system. Gaul gives a detailed description of how different sukuk went into crisis, how the global crisis impacted Islamic finance. Hassan and Reddy showed the recent financial crisis did hit the Islamic banking industry. So we made the choice. The recent scholar, Sharia permissivity rests upon procedures, not outcomes. The procedure compliance largely explains why Islamic Bank was stuck in form, ignoring substance. Versus the idealist, Sharia was revealed by God to protect some key objectives called objectives of Sharia, Maqasid al-Sharia, and looking for process compliance such that they negate those underlying objectives is uncalled for by Sharia, and consequently, the practitioner now, because Islamic banking has to compete with conventional one in a mixed system, it is necessary for Islamic banks to efficient and attractive products, else Islamic banks would fail as most of the bank customers look for procedural equivalence. So we really need to relook into few areas, redesigning the banking objectives in line with social needs and maqasid of Sharia, promoting small entrepreneurship, connecting Islamic banks to Islamic social activities, regulatory sufficiency, harmonization of policies and practice across border, and awareness and education. So there are 4 challenges right now, as I see, that is facing the Islamic finance industry globally. We have the communication gap. Still many people question us whether how Islamic are we Islamic? Are we really peddling religion to make profit? So misconception, misunderstanding, misplaced notions of the Islamic finance must be removed through awareness and advocacy program. We have a trust gap. Social business and impact investing should be emphasized to remove tension among stakeholders of the Islamic finance industry. We have an innovation gap. The balance between macro and micro maqasid should be maintained, the so-called form versus substance debate. And finally, you have the talent gap. That's where IZU and the all different universities and can play a very critical role. A new brand of scholars who are well-versed in Islamic jurisprudence and secular financing techniques and mechanism must be nurtured. Having said this, without saying just a few words about the research, because I'm in academia, I do research constantly. So the question is, what is the definition of Islamic finance? It is social science that integrates human understanding of divine sources of knowledge into the study of economic problems. So Islamic economics is a social science. It is not a theology. Sometimes we combine this together and make it blurred. It does not have a mandatory link with Islamic economy. It does not necessarily require Islamic economy to test its hypotheses and theories. It focuses on human understanding on divine text. Having said this, we are afraid to take, the way we do empirical research, we collect data, we make hypotheses, because sometimes we are afraid Islamic economy has to come out of the fear of trespassing and divine order by testing and verification methods or social sciences. So when you do this, we are not really questioning the will of God. Whatever has been propounded in Islam, like riba, leads to inequality, we can collect data and we can prove it through our empirical research, and those techniques should be taught in the universities so that we can bring from the maqasid of Sharia how it really helps us practically. Human economic problem, scar means and multiple ends. Islamic economics looks for the solution for the economic problem of man that arises from scarcity of means and multiplicity of ends. It is a positive science. Its findings can be used by policymakers, as in the case of conventional economics. So whereas in conventional economics, greed and competition is the norm, but in Islamic economics, it's a generosity and cooperation is the norm. Now, there has been tons of research and studies and PhD dissertation. I do supervise in the United States and all over the world. So there has been a lot of growth going on. Now, Islamic economics and finance studies had only peripheral journals and publication outlets. We have a dearth of journals that are devoted exclusively to the Islamic banking and finance and Islamic economics. Yes, the new journals are coming up. They are not really have done or reached to the level of acceptance to the greater Muslim academic world and to the least and to the Western world as well. Now, a couple of mainstream journals accept special issues. So in order to integrate with the mainstream finance journal, they ask for special issues, they ask a big amount of money, and these special issues are controlled by those colleagues who want to promote their own clientage. Hence, publication in mainstream journals remain an issue, while peripheral journal publication in the West would not be recognized. So we should try to develop sophistication to overcome the prejudice in the mainstream journals by communicating with them. Now, there is increased number of conference and workshop. This 12th conference is an example. Increased number of research centers, increased number of IEF degree programs, increased number of research students, improved research quality, and increased number of publications. But there is a lack of core Islamic economics and finance journals and more publication in non-Islamic economic finance journals, and limited idea about journals that are interested in the field of Islamic finance. Conceptual papers are not attractive from mainstream journals. Limitation of single country studies. We have very limited data. Scope of the journal and interest of editors and associate editors. There could be potential bias, and there is editor, publisher, and author. So how blind the referee should be. In one of my recent research, I found there are 203 internet-based online journals, and few of them are ISI ranked, and most of them are unrated, fraudulent, or unknown, and they require a significant publication fee. It's a business for many of them. So there is a growing trend, reasonably so, to discourage publishing in these paid journals, but noted journals, on the other hand, require submission fee as a referring requirement and will not even put the paper in the review until and unless the submission fee is paid, and which could run from $100 to $750 per submission. Many such journals require submission fee in each round of review process, and the paper can be just rejected even without sending to the reviewer. So I'm coming to the final thoughts. So Islamic economics finance scholars advocate a stronger focus on hermeneutical research as it applies to the field and studying the actual economic behavior of Muslims to move forward in developing the field. Would this be an issue in getting into mainstream journals because of the ideological differences? Considering the trends in Islamic economics finance research, both from applied and theoretical perspectives, including thesis, dissertation, is in Islamic economics finance disadvantage of a multidisciplinary nature embracing economics, law, and religion? Should Islamic economics finance look at the mainstream academics as benchmark for academic excellence? Or in other words, does it really need to be recognized by the mainstream to be considered as an established scientific discipline? So I see a number of research as an editor of a journal, but these are the areas I see very few. So I would advise my new friends, young scholars to concentrate on this area, Islamic monetary economics. Dr. Mabid Al-Jarvi is one of the pioneers. You probably heard something from him. There is lack of theoretical model building. There is Islamic political moral economy, Islamic social economy, Islamic circular economy. So these are the areas the students of Islamic finance should really focus on. Those are doing PhD and those are junior scholar and also the senior scholars that put their resources into doing more work in these areas where I see very little work has been done. Now we want to publish because you're in the academia, publish or perish, but getting published preferably in a prestigious journal is also a product of luck. Hitting an interesting and timely topic and getting an impartial and interested referee who's willing to spend the time necessary to help get your paper into publishable form. Always publish with a purpose. Good luck. And I want to acknowledge the writings of various authors over the years from which we have benefited immensely and whose ideas we mingle with ours in this presentation. And with this, I want to conclude. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Mohammed Kabir Hassan, for such valuable contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
الحزام يا معاذ.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good afternoon for someone, good morning, maybe someone good evening. Dear professor, dear scholars, students, and audience, today is the last day of the event, and now we have the last keynote speaker, Prof. Dr. Mabit Al-Jarhi. Before he's addressing us, I want to introduce him, Prof. Dr. Mabit Al-Jarhi. Prof. Mabit Al-Jarhi is a professor of economics and finance, as well as coordinator of International Center of Islamic Economics and Finance at Social Science University of Ankara. He has previously served as ICIEF, Malaysia, and Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar, as a senior faculty member. He earned his PhD from University of South California, US, in 1975. Since then, he has worked at several academic and professional positions. He was Director of Economic and Policy Planning at Islamic Development Bank between years 1976 and 1978, and was Director General of IRTI from 1996 to 2003. He has won several awards, including IDB Prize in Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance. Mabit does research in macroeconomics, monetary economics, and financial economics from an Islamic perspective. Now he will address us. Please, Prof. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي يرفع الذين آمنوا والذين أوتوا العلم درجات ويجعل التقوى سبيلا لمعرفة ما في الكون من آيات، والصلاة والسلام على معلمنا وقدوتنا وأسوتنا الذي استعاذ بالله من علم لا ينفع ومن قلب لا يخشع، وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعهم على الصراط المستقيم والنهج القويم، رواد العلوم النافعة والعقول البارعة. Distinguished guests and learned audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are most grateful for this episode of the highly distinguished conference. Thanks to the distinguished organizers and to the hard-working staff that executed the conference details with energetic clockwork. I'd like to share with you some ideas about what to teach in analytical Islamic economics to the forthcoming third generation of Islamic economists, giving some examples and propose a new curriculum content. Admittedly, our march on this road has been hesitant for many years after the first international conference. Most of our pioneers who started the discipline before the conference were not economists. The economists who joined later were trained in neoclassical economics, albeit with some sympathy to Keynes. Western economics in general had a theory of the rate of interest based on liquidity preference or loanable funds. It insisted on trade-offs between equity and efficiency. Only at times of crisis, fiscal policies became counter-cyclically expansionary. Institutions like Zakah and Awqaf were absent. This has been a clear sign that Islamic economics can borrow little from the conventional economic system, except for the general approach. We stuck to the textual methodology inherited from fiqh and adopted by our pioneers as we groped to find our analytical approach. Most of our writings have been bogged down on questions of methodology for the last 50 years. We should have crossed this stage after a few years, but the vicious cycle continues. When we speak about an Islamic economic system, we sound like describing a dream whose details are getting opaquer over time. The few serious attempts to describe an Islamic economic system have been generally ignored. Western-trained Islamic economists have just started to roll up their sleeves to confront these challenges. Meanwhile, students of Islamic economics started working for academic degrees offered mostly by departments of Islamic studies in many countries. Rarely can we find or can we see that some departments of economics offering similar programs. That strongly indicated the little awareness of the subtleties of Islamic economics by our academicians and policymakers. Such an environment, which is hardly suited to the establishment of an Islamic economic system, would call for serious thinking. While many of us were involved in following the textual approach, fewer others have opted to building up the discipline by analytical economics. Such efforts have not been spent for just meeting the intellectual challenge, but rather to prepare the third generation of Islamic economists who can use the language of economics to carry out a dialogue with Western educated economists and policymakers in our countries, as well as with Western economists abroad. The difficulties encountered by this endeavor is that some Islamic economists, even those educated in Western schools, have developed a spirit of total rejection of conventional economics to the extent that they wanted to lock their talent into textual writing and to stay out of economics analysis. They became a close clone of Sharia rather than economic scholars. Some centers of learning in the West created chairs in Islamic economics occupied by Orientalists whose main approach has been to criticize Islam through the behavior and current status of Muslims. This served to create serious doubts in our students' minds. Surprisingly, such centers have been generously financed by some Muslim countries. Of course, the example in my mind about this is University of Southern California and Timur Quran, who wrote so much against Islamic economics, and he himself was not an economist, and most of what he has written did not really deserve to be answered, but it fooled many people. Such a situation provides both challenges and opportunities. I intend to present to you some ideas on how to confront the formal, that's the challenges, and benefit from the opportunities. Hopefully, we can start a dialogue about an effective plan for education in Islamic economics. At first, we have to meet head on our utmost challenge to convince economists of the necessity to reform neoclassical economics. It has been difficult to construct some Islamic economic theory using supply and demand analysis when this analysis is basically faulty. Here we may face a question: what's wrong with neoclassical economics? We can record three types of objections. First, the neoclassical methodology insists upon unboundedly rational Homo economicus, who has a calculative power that exceeded by far the fastest supercomputer that ever existed and would probably exist within few decades. With an exacting preference ordering for all the commodities that could ever exist, it can compare all combinations of that enormous number of commodities and can decide which ones are preferred to others with straightforward consistency. It seeks to maximize wealth, utility, and profits. In other words, the superhuman is also extremely materialistic. We object to the hasty and imprecise way of aggregation done by neoclassical theory from the individual to the market and then to the whole economy. The horizontal summation of individual demand curves into a market demand curve requires the SMD, or the Sonnenheim-Mantel-Debrow conditions, which even when fulfilled would render the aggregation trivial. The neoclassical belief in strong reductionism is associated with an argument for the micro foundations of macroeconomics. The neoclassics are still unaware that Poincaré, the French physicist, in 1899 has discredited strong reductionism by showing that it was impossible to predict the behavior of a solar system with more than one planet. Yet to them, the consumption function, for example, would be a simple summation of individual demands for consumption goods. Their typically hurried aggregation fills the received doctrine with falsehoods, making it impossible to use as a basis for useful and realistic analysis. And this is the dilemma that we face as Islamic economists. Another example of neoclassical folly is their implicit aggregation related to the theory of the rate of interest. And allow me to give you more details in this regard, because you know the rate of interest is something that's prohibited by Sharia, and we want to show that the theory of the rate of interest is not worthy of any scientific value. The received doctrine starts with the universally accepted concept of time preference that causes a premium of present over future commodities. This idea, of course, goes back to Bawerk, the Austrian economist, justifying a higher price for deferred than for spot payments. This is simply a reflection of the urgency of consuming a commodity now rather than later. The received doctrine jumps directly to a time preference in money, which is reflected to an equilibrium interest rate, either through the liquidity preference or the loanable funds theory. This is the theory that this is the theory that Islamic economists should have disproved from the very beginning. The jump from the commodity time preference to the money interest rate has never been justified, except in a way similar to the Sonnenheim Mantel de Bro condition, which renders trivial aggregation. To show the falsehood of the theory of interest, let us start with few axioms. First, the first axiom: people are mortal with unpredictable lifespans, making present consumption more certain than future consumption. Second, every individual has a different rate of time preference for each commodity. Third, such rates would change with income and relative prices. And fourth, the rate of time preference for any commodity is different for different individuals. The new classics, starting with Irving Fisher, would have us believe that the rate of interest is some weighted average of the rates of time preferences summed up for all commodities. For all commodities and all individuals. We can only guess that the weights here would be either prices or quantities consumed. That's where the new classical folly lies. There is no relationship between the time preference of a commodity and its price. Bread, for example, for lower income groups commands a very high rate of time preference or high urgency, but has a very low price. Driving a Rolls Royce for an hour, in contrast, would have a much lower rate of time preference, but with a much higher price. Remember that we can consider monetary balances as equal to the value of traded commodities, as in the quantity theory equation. But prices in this equation have no relationship with the rates of time preference of their corresponding commodities. In other words, the concept of commodity time preference cannot be projected into an equilibrium rate of interest for money. The only exception is the remote case of people having the same intertemporal preferences for each commodity, which do not change with income, so that aggregation would be acceptable, but would also be equally trivial. Therefore, the set of rates of time preference cannot be mapped into one interest rate for money. We have therefore demolished the neoclassical as well as the Keynesian theory of interest. And this is something that we Islamic economics must present, because it's a serious case for the prohibition of the interest rate. The observed rate of interest is merely an administered price for money imposed by the monetary authority or the banking system as a whole. Surprisingly, this administered price is the anchor of monetary policy everywhere, even in Islamic countries. It is a simple consequence of money being issued and allocated based on lending. Should we switch to a system in which money is issued and allocated based on investment, as it should be in an Islamic economic system, the system would have a rate of return on equity-based financial assets that's market determined. Time preference would be reflected in markups, rentals charged, attached to the sale, and ijara finance. So besides, neoclassical economics often commits analytical errors. The case is the concept of perfect competition, defined through a perception of an atomistic market where the quantities brought of an individual by an individual household, as well as the quantity offered for sale by firm on the supply side, is infinitesimally small. Neither consumer nor producers can influence the price. Everyone is a price taker. That's the way they define perfect competition. Oh, Al-Khwarizmi, in his grave, the famous mathematician, would react in horror to the neoclassical sleight of hand that equates the zero with an infinitesimally small amount. This is just bad mathematics. If quantities demanded by households and quantities supplied by firms are not zeros, but infinitesimally small, then each would have some influence on price. Price taking would therefore become a myth. The same fallacy is conspicuous when the new classics claim that profit would be maximized when each firm equates price to marginal cost. So this must warn us about the type of mathematics used by new classical economists. One must become suspicious of the way math is taught by economists and not mathematicians. Our third generation deserve to have a correct understanding of mathematical concepts and avoid haphazard conceptualizations. Perhaps the worst fault of conventional economics is its insistence on stable equilibrium. Market capitalism has witnessed repeated crises during the last 150 years. Islamic analytical economics must adopt an approach based on this equilibrium, leaving behind the perfect neoclassical model. Remember the law of diminishing returns, one of the sources of pride for neoclassical economics. It is no law at all. The armchair thinking of economists assumes that factories or production units are designed with no excess capacity. This is something that engineers would vehemently deny. When factories are designed, they include significant portion of excessive capacity. Therefore, economists must admit that diminishing returns are neither theoretically nor empirically correct. We can go on and on, detailing our strong objections to the received doctrine. The third generation of Islamic economists should be spared going through classes with this material. In particular, our Islamic economics curriculum must contain at least one course on the critique of conventional economics that surveys the ideas of John Robinson, Sraffa, Keynes, Keane, and many others. Besides, we need to reformulate the history of economic thought to place Al-Shaybani, who lived in the 8th century, as the father of economics, and Ibn Khaldun, who lived in the 14th century, as the father of analytical economics. We cannot remain indifferent while Westerners crown some 18th century economists in their place. We also need to rewrite the theories of consumers and producers' behavior using price searching and relying on this equilibrium analysis. Transactions prohibited by Sharia can be grouped under the nomenclature of nominal transactions. They have seriously negative effects on the speeds of adjustment and market mechanisms, in contrast to the real transactions that are allowed by Sharia. In this manner, we can provide an economic rationale for every prohibition or permission found in Islamic economics. we should have no worries that we may be unable to rationalize. Ibn Rushd had proposed a long time ago that there could be no contradiction between science and religion. The fear of such contradiction had made Westerners separate their myth-based religion from the state. We have every reason to keep our intellectually consistent religion and our state inseparable. My textbook is the Economic Analysis and Islamic Perspective is being composed along with these ideas. The first volume is freely available online. The second volume is coming out slowly due to the painful process of writing new material. It will also be made freely accessible. I wish to make it as part of a graduate program in Islamic economics. The program would be open to students regardless of their undergraduate specialization, provided they satisfy prerequisites in math, physics, statistics, and software programming. Of course, math here being taught by mathematicians. It would contain courses on the critique of neoclassical economics, Islamic finance, the economics of Islamic finance, history of economic thought, both conventional and Islamic. Mathematical tools would be taught by economists with an attempt to rewrite the theorems of Samuelson and Debro in proper mathematics. Econometrics would be taught by mathematical statisticians. This program would hopefully produce Islamic economists with impeccable abilities who can have a lively dialogue with both Western economists and our policymakers. No doubt the message of Islamic economics is being carried out everywhere. Yet, it is time to evaluate the efforts in this field for their recalibration. We must set our ideas on the coming generation. Its preparation should be our priority. We need some urgent and bold steps. First, let us move the Islamic economics programs to departments of Islamic economics. Second, let us agree on a viable graduate program paralleled by a similar program in Islamic finance. Third, we must set our goal as to produce bearers of graduate degrees who can readily work in business enterprises, government institutions, and in policy making. Their minds must be free from follies of the received doctrine. They must aim at reforming both economics and the economic system. That's my message today. Thanking again the organizers, as well as the young men and women who strive to execute the conference with utmost precision. Thank you for your patience. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Al-Jarhi, for your important contribution. Thank you, sir.
send him the link and then ask him to join.
أنهيت اسمه شنو؟ المحاضرة؟ يعدوا فنحن الآن شينا الميرت فعندك
I'm going to send to him the link. Just tell him to join through the link because you have to start the session.
وصلتكم اللينك مش كده؟ نعم. خلاص بس إن شاء الله نرحب بك يعني. نحن الآن منتظرين. يعني بس تعطيني اللينك عشان انضم إليكم في الاجتماع. خلاص خير إن شاء الله. دكتور شريف هرسل لك الآن. طيب شكرا جزيلا. الله يسلمك. ساعة نبدأ إن شاء الله. يفترض إنه نبدأ في 3:30. الآن تأخرنا تقريبا ربع ساعة. طيب أنا أشياء الله يسلمك. الله يسلمك. مع السلامة.
Tamam, Doctor, we are already live, so please you can go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
So بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I am Dr. Mustafa Omar Mohammed, the Director of the Center of Islamic Economics at the International Islamic University, Malaysia, who will be your chair and moderator for this session. I will be helped or assisted by my co-chairperson or moderator, Dr. Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri, who is an assistant professor at the Istanbul Safahaddin Zain University. Inshallah, this session is the international or the 6th International Symposium on Islamic Economics and Finance Education. And these sessions have been held periodically almost in every ICIEF conferences. It was held in Kuala Lumpur in the 11th ICIEF, then the 10th ICIEF in Doha, also the same symposium, as a special session in conjunction with these conferences. Inshallah, today with us, we have around 8 distinguished panelists who will be sharing their views on curriculum framework for teaching Islamic economics and finance. And we have, this session is being held jointly with IE, who will come in the last 30 minutes of the session. They're supposed to end at 5 o'clock, but we'll try as much as possible to, capitalize or optimize the time given, since we have started already 15 minutes late. Inshallah, so I will give the session later to Dr. Sharif, who will be inviting the speakers and introducing them briefly, and because the posters are already showing their names and their affiliations. And then after the third speaker, Prof. Sayyid Musa Al-Habshi, then Dr. Sharif will have a few minutes to introduce the curriculum in the North African countries on Islamic economics and finance before the other speakers continue. So now, without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Sharif to continue with the session. And inshallah, I'll come back to conclude the session towards the end of the discussion. So you're welcome, Dr. Sharif.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-anbiya wal mursaleen. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi man tabi'ahum bi ihsan ila yawm al-din. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to this version or edition of this great event, actually, which has been held for 12th time now at least. So I would like to welcome everyone here, even just virtually at ISU, or Istanbul Safahaddin Zaim University, to this special session which is going to focus on education or Islamic economics and finance education. So basically here we have great and distinguished scholars from different institutions who are going actually to discuss this very important topic. First, I would like to call Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam Hanif from International Islamic University, Malaysia, to inform us about the resolutions of the 11th SAFE and the proposed IFIEFE. So because of the time limit, I would like to go directly to Prof. Aslam Hanif. So I welcome Prof to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, our Sheikh Mustafa and all our colleagues at ISU for enabling this session to take place. I'm going to basically try to even shorten my presentation. I believe the slides have been sent to the respective commentators and those who will give inputs. I just wanted to share a couple of main points here. I call the session, or I mentioned the title to be something like Islamic Economics and Finance Education, Working Together for the Ummah. And I think that's the spirit that I would like to present this introductory comments. While we all, have been following the 12 conferences, as mentioned, I think by Dr. Mustafa just now, this education symposium actually only began in the 7th conference, which was held in Jeddah, in King Abdulaziz University. Alhamdulillah, that was the inaugural conference, and ever since then, there has been, efforts to talk about Islamic economics and finance education. Even before that, remember when he was the director of IRTI, a few of us, I think we were present talking about the need to have textbook, and this was in 2003 or 4. But having said that, despite the fact that there has been some effort to talk about Islamic economics and finance education, it has not been a coordinated and well managed area. So I look at the fact that education is a very central part of sustaining Islamic economics and finance. If we are not able to have quality curriculum, quality programs, quality talent, right? I worry that Islamic economics and finance will also suffer, right? So this idea of having an education area that needs to be given attention, I think is very, very important. And after the 7th conference, right up to the 11th conference in Kuala Lumpur, we organized the 5th symposium, all right? And I think in that 5th symposium, we did say that we would like to propose a dedicated entity to try and look at focusing on education, all right? And therefore, the resolution of the 5th symposium, which was brought to the 11th conference resolution, was to establish what we call International Federation of Islamic Economics and Finance Education. And right after the conference, from December 2016 right up to June 2017, we worked with our, we could call them co-founders. IRTI was represented by Prof. Azmi, who at that time was the DG. We had Prof. Tariqullah, who was the president of IAIE. And we also had from King Abdulaziz University, Brother Abdullah Korban Turkistani. And so together we worked on various aspects, finalizing articles of association for this federation. And by the end of June, we had completed this. And Alhamdulillah, all the 4 of us, we had given letters of support to establish the federation. Unfortunately, the 12th conference was delayed. And so instead of being able to present this in conference in Qura University in 2018, early 2018, it has been delayed, and Alhamdulillah we are here in Istanbul, or at least virtually in Istanbul, to present these findings. And the main functions of the federation, it's basically to coordinate our efforts in to do with education. So we're talking about teaching, we're talking about curriculum, we're talking about programs, we're talking about later on talent development, yeah, looking at who we have as teachers and trying to improve collaboration, maybe sharing of resources. I think it's very important. And finally, maybe the one which is a little bit more ambitious is talking about recognition and accreditation. I keep this at the end because I know this is a very complex issue and we will have to be working with many parties, especially at the national level. So maybe the side Musa will have something to speak on this issue a little bit more. So that's the objectives of the Federation. And we all know that our issues in Islamic economics and finance are not only quantity issues, but they are quality issues as well. And I think that's one of the main reasons I think we need to have a more concerted effort to make sure that we are not only producing the numbers, but we are also producing the quality, right? So I go back to my earlier point. We may need to really strengthen our collaborative efforts in the education sphere if we want to sustain Islamic economics and finance in the industry and in the practice. Yeah? So I'm sure many of you will have comments on this. Now, after the conference last time around in Kuala Lumpur and in the symposium, we started working, when I say we means at the center, on the issue of program and specifically curriculum framework, all right? And this is what, after this, Dr. Nizam and Dr. Said Musa will be presenting some brief, let's say, ideas about what the curriculum framework for Islamic economics and Islamic finance to present in detail, but they will have about 8 components that they're going to talk about: aims identification, program identification, program structure, the domains in the program, the courses in the domains, then talking about master's level, talking about undergraduate level, and then finally the delivery and assessment issues. So this would be something that, you know, that they will discuss in greater detail. And as we move forward, I just welcome everybody, those who are represented here today, as well as those who are listening to this. And even if you know, some are not with us today, we will make effort to reach out to them, to invite basically institutional you know, colleagues from different institutions to join us, so that we can actually try to coordinate better collaborative efforts. I mean, I think all of us have been working in the area of Islamic economics and finance education for many years. I think efforts have, you know, improved over the years, but there is still a lot of place and improvement that needs to be happening. And we hope that you know, this platform will enable us to improve our coordination. You know, when we came up with the articles of association, we agreed that there's no need to have any fees. We didn't foresee the COVID-19 pandemic, so we didn't know that we will be online. Yeah? And when you have it online, of course, you don't have to talk about cost too much. You just need to have a Zoom platform and we can get everybody in. Yeah? And that really makes it very, very easy for us to organize these events. So I'm really looking forward to getting as many people and many institutions together with us to focus on Islamic economics and finance education, right? And I hope right after this sixth symposium, we can get down to some concrete programs, workshops to talk about not only curriculum framework, but also later on curriculum standards and many other things that we have in mind. So with that, thank you very much. I look forward to getting feedback from everybody here, and may we all, you know, work together for the benefit of the Ummah. Wallahu alam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Prof, thank you very much for this brief and short introduction and also the motivation. Thank you very much. We'll take it from there, inshallah. And now I would like to call upon Prof or Assistant Prof Dr. Muhammad Nizam Barum to talk to us. He's from the International Islamic University, Malaysia as well, to talk to us or give us an overview of the curriculum framework in Islamic economics. Inshallah, within 7 minutes. Prof. Nizam, are you with us?
Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I am trying to share my screen now.
Yeah, please.
Tengok ni, Mas.
Yeah, it's now on.
The screen is on?
Oh, we can see your screen now.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I was given the responsibility to present some basic idea on the common curriculum framework for Islamic economics education. Okay, this is the background of the Islamic economics curriculum framework. As we are all aware, Islamic economics, when it was first started, it is considered as an Islamic economic movement and an ummatic project, civilizational approach towards contributing to the betterment of the ummah. And since the first conference in 1976, there has been a lot of programs offered in the area of Islamic economics and related fields. In line with the philosophy of Islamic education, Islamic economics education, we would like certain acceptable standards to be complied with in order to ensure that we produce competent economists and researchers with imbued ethics of Islam and Islamic worldview. Okay, so the basic objective of the common curriculum framework for Islamic economics education to have a common framework with prescribed principles in order to have a coherent and systematic development of Islamic economics programs. And this is also a part of a journey towards eventually, hopefully, we have Islamic economic curriculum standards that can be used for recognition and accreditation at the end. However, at the initial stage, we are adopting an inclusive approach where we recognize the diversity of programs being offered by various institutions all over the world. And we hope that at this initial stage, we are able to adopt a harmonization approach by taking everybody on board into this journey towards harmonizing the curriculum structure, aims, and also related domains in Islamic economics education. Just a brief background on the inputs. We were tasked to come up with or work on the Islamic economics curriculum framework, particularly during the 5th International Symposium on Islamic Economic and Finance, held in conjunction with the 11th conference in Kuala Lumpur in 2016. And these are the recent initiatives that we had. Of course, the effort towards developing Islamic economics curriculum, talent, and also the overall programs started since the early 1980s. However, our recent efforts has been the workshop on Islamic economics curriculum in 2011, which has resulted in the publication of Islamic economics education in Southeast Asian universities. We have experience of Southeast Asian universities with their offerings of Islamic economic education being documented in this book. And then we also have another big workshop in Bogor, which has resulted in a Bogor resolution on the specific required courses and contents required for a major in Islamic economics program. And then also together with Islamic finance, the Malaysian Islamic Finance Education Report in 2015, as well as the Global Roundtable discussion on curriculum for Islamic finance. Yeah. And most recently, we had the discussion series. We had a focus group discussion during the 5th International Symposium on Islamic Economics and Finance Education, where during that focus group discussion, we had the opportunity of getting the feedback from 11 academics from all over the world who participated in the 11th conference. And even after that, we have further discussion and feedbacks from local authorities related to qualification and accreditation. So these are some of the curriculum design issues that we have discovered through our various engagement, workshops, and surveys. Variation in nomenclature, we have some are calling Bachelor of Economics, Bachelor of Islamic Economics, Bachelor of Economics and Sharia, and this can also be due to the fact that we have different schools or faculties offering these programs. We have specialized institutions or institution who dedicated itself for Islamic education, for example, the International Islamic University Malaysia or the University of Muhammadiyah Jakarta, or even the Tazkiyah School of Higher Education in Indonesia. And also we have programs being offered by economics school and also programs offered by Sharia faculty or Islamic studies. Yeah? So this has resulted in variation in structures and also the contents. Similarly, we have variation in terms of the offerings of programs. Some programs consider it to be full program. Some others consider it to be a major or specialization program, and also concentration or minor program in Islamic economics. And because of this variation, there are lack of recognized domains in Islamic economics that should be there as part of a minimum requirement for qualified Islamic economics program. There's also a lack of consistency in terms of the prescribed core courses as well as required electives, yeah, in these programs. And there's also significant variation in terms of the weightage, with some having more economics and other programs having more Sharia, Muamalat, and so on. Okay, so as a result of the 5th International Symposium held in conjunction with the 11th conference in KL, where we discuss all the issues that I have just presented in the previous slide, we have further refined the Islamic economics curriculum framework to consist of these 8 components. The first component is related to the program aims, trying to combine competency, contemporary issues, industry requirement, as well as the need to address the concept of Islamic economics philosophy in education. And then the second one is program recognition. We recognize that there's diversity in program identification with the various nomenclature, and some of this diversity are also part of the requirement. In the case of Indonesia, for example, there's they need to follow certain guidelines being given by the authority. Therefore, we have these differences in variation. And during the 5th symposium, there is a strong argument by the Indonesian counterpart to make sure that we should not be imposing on the nomenclature or the terminology used for the programs. Just be inclusive in our approach to include and acknowledge all potential nomenclature that we have, but it must be accompanied with a clear and coherent representation of each of the nomenclature with reference to their specific structure and contents. Program structure, we also recognize differences in program structure, and therefore the curriculum framework should properly recognize these multiple offerings of programs, and therefore it needs to be clearly identified in the program document itself. And then Islamic economics recognized domains. The components number 4, number 5, number 6, and number 7 are quite complex in nature. And during the 5th symposium, we were not able to discuss this in detail, and because of the differences in opinions. And therefore, the participants during the 5th symposium requested for the discussion on number 4 and number 5, the components of number 4 and number 5, to be continued in future deliberations. And this is where I think the role of the Federation in facilitating coordination and collaboration among the institutions providing Islamic economics education is very crucial in order to facilitate this development of the curriculum framework, and later on towards the development of the standards and accreditation purposes. Number 5 is the Islamic economics prescribed courses to ensure that they have adequacy in the courses and contents taught in the programs itself. And then we have component number 6, which deals with the requirements for an acceptable minimum level for master's program, and also component number 7, the requirements for recognition for an acceptable undergraduate programs for all the possible structures or offerings, such as the full program, specialization program, or concentration program in Islamic economics. And finally, which receive less issues is on the delivery and assessment, because this is something that everybody are able to agree with in terms of making sure that the delivery and assessment tools used in Islamic economics program enable the program to deliver and achieve the aims of Islamic economics education. Okay, I just take one of the contentious issue in developing this common curriculum framework, which is on the Islamic economics recognized domains. And in the Bogor resolution in 2012, the providers of Islamic economic education, at least in the Southeast Asian region, has agreed that some of these domains are being included as part of the required domains in Islamic economic education. When we talk about domains, we are talking about a slightly different view of how we consider the programs to be able to develop the competencies that we need. Yeah? For example, if we talk about undergraduate programs, we have probably 40 to 45 courses throughout the program. But if we are talking about a master's program, probably we may have 8 or 10 or 12, depending on the programs in different countries. So because of the limited number of courses, many of these courses are integrating different domains. And therefore, we should not be looking at these domains as representing courses, but it can also be representing the contents within those courses. For example, there can be one course in a master's program on Sharia-based policy that may include some elements of Islamic economics domain, elements of economics domain, and also elements of quantitative and technical domains. And maybe there's some Islamic banking and finance domain also in that one course. Yeah? So this enable the analysis of the programs to be able to capture all the required domains, which represent the essential knowledge and competencies required of Islamic economics graduates. And then the last issue is on the delivery and assessment. These are the 5 important areas in terms of ensuring that the knowledge is given within the context of Islamic economics philosophy through the integration of knowledge approach. And then this second issue of qualified human resources or talent development is key to ensure quality Islamic economics program. And also the issue of reference materials. These are common challenges that we face in delivering quality Islamic economics program. And finally, on assessment and also program outcomes, this must represent the need of the society, contemporary issues. For example, in this conference, we are talking about industrial revolution, sustainable development, ecological impact, as well as circular economy. These are all contemporary issues that must be linked in the curriculum as well. Moving forward, we need a more serious discussion, systematic discussion, and hopefully this can be spearheaded, coordinated through the Federation. And we also need collaborative efforts in doing more research in the area, sharing of resources, sharing of experience. The workshop that, for example, at the Center for Islamic Economics, IIUM, has been organizing with regional institutions are very good platform in sharing experience and also contributing further to the development of materials in Islamic economics education. And hopefully we can also have a global or regional Islamic economics education report, similar to what we already have for the Islamic finance education report. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nizam. It's really an insightful, and also it could be used your presentation as a guidelines, especially for the institutions that want to develop the curriculums. With that, I would like also to welcome and invite Prof. Said Musa Al-Habshi, also to give us, who is the president of the International Council of Islamic Finance Educators, and also he is in the IIUM Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, to give us also an overview on the curriculum framework in Islamic finance. Prof, you are welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of
all, start your video. Do I have to press start my video?
We can see your presentation.
Can you see my video now? Yes.
Yeah. You can make it
full
screen if you like.
Yeah. Okay, is it clear now? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to everyone. And good late afternoon, I suppose, and it's good evening here. Thank you for the opportunity to the organizer for giving the opportunity to ICIEF to present this forum, because I think in our recent conversation with Prof. Salam and Mustafa last week, they helped me to recall what happened on the 11th International Conference, where we had this special symposium and where ICIEF participated. So I think it's only fair that ICIEF present and update what has happened and what were some of the common matters or issues that we addressed. So basically, let me go back to this issue of curriculum design and development. I think Dr. Nizam has gone into great detail, the items. We have also shared with you the detailed document, and I hope you can read. Now, what I'm going to do is just to take some salient points, some salient issues. And these issues, of course, will not be resolved even after the framework is introduced, but rather it will guide how we address these issues as it evolves from time to time. The first main issue is the need for a systematic and integrated human development, especially for the Islamic finance. Now, I think for Islamic economics, it's very clear in a very specific discipline. When we talk about Islamic finance, people ask, what is Islamic finance? All right, what makes finance Islamic? So it becomes interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. And you know, we had various forums, and there was one practitioner who asked this question: is this a Bachelor of Islamic Finance or a Bachelor of Islamic Financial Services? All right, to that extent, right? So it brings back to the academic to the drawing board and ask, what actually are we doing? All right, are we too practical, or should we actually go back to the underlying theory and principles? So here, I just want to highlight that we are not only talking about the academia, we are talking about the industry, we are talking also about the Islamic finance literate community. All right, so it's a bigger community that we have a duty, especially when we talk about financial literacy. Now, the second issue that I just want to highlight here, why we need such a framework, is to go in terms of disparity and dissonance. Now, we have academic ideals, and we also have professional practice. There will always be bridges with ideals and ideologies, but at the end of the day, can you put it to work? Can we address the issue? So these and these are active debates that we still have in our curriculum and also across the spectrum. Now, the third one is on the proliferation of academic programs and trainings. Now, there is, to a certain extent, we can say that there is a lack of consistency and coherence, right? A consistency in what we want to achieve, and of course, coherence as well in terms of how we present ourselves. So to a certain extent, Islamic Bank Islamic, for example, right? So these questions keep coming back. So it has bring us to the fundamental questions like belief, system, Sharia principles, adab, akhlaq, and the recent trend, of course, maqasid Sharia and SDGs. Now, if we go into curriculum design issues, now my colleague has already highlighted about nomenclature and it's gone into details. I'm going to avoid the details, but I think at the end of the day, it's about consistency and clarity. We cannot send signals that confuse the community. What do we actually do when you have a graduate of Islamic finance? How different are they from a graduate of finance, for example? All right. So now there is a tendency to go back to finance and say, well, you can trade Islamic finance in workshops. The next is the issue of taxonomy and typology. All right. Is there coherence or is there lack of coherence between the academic and professional practices? So we need to drill down. We will share with you some experiences we had in Malaysia when we have to come up with a program standard, right? Unlike economics, in Malaysia, they don't have a program standard, all right? So they're not compelled to benchmark with other program standards like medicine, accounting, law, and so on. But for Islamic finance, we have to deal with it, and we call it Muamalah Islamic Finance Standards, and I'll share with you some insights. Third is the question about domains and core discipline, right? So this brings back to the question of interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary, and is it concentration, specialization? What would be the core, what would be the electives, and how do we actually communicate to the sponsors and parents of future graduates what their children is going to be, right? Bringing forth to them, this is a field of study and how important it is. Now, also with regard to accreditation and talent mobility, this has been a contention. Personally, we went through quite a rough road, but I think we add clarity because we will share with you how we deal with the problem, and we will try to put it in an ecosystem. Now, some proposed statement of principles. One thing that we cannot ignore is what is the institutional philosophy, program aims, and objectives when these programs are offered. I think let's recognize that there could be diversity in this. There shouldn't be only one single, because IUM experience is unique in itself. Now we also have other universities, and each of them want to offer Islamic finance. So how do they stand? How do we have a more inclusive rather than exclusive perspective? Secondly, is about the nomenclature. Again, the issue of clarity, consistency, and coherence. This has got to be put, of course, with some guidelines, some examples and illustration. Program structure should be representative, should be complete, should be coherent. And specialization, sub-specialization, as I've mentioned to you, very much whether is it relevant and is it substantive. A lot is being discussed as far as undergraduate specialization or concentration. We have situations like you are in Islamic, okay, you stay inside the Sharia department because you know a lot of muamalat, but you don't know how to calculate all the finance issues and problems. So some of these things do arise. Now, number 5, when you talk about Islamic finance domains, all right, this keeps changing, but generally I think stable. We can talk about the Turath, we can talk about Islamic sciences. We can talk about economics and Islamic economics, because you can't talk about Islamic economics without economics. I mean, at the end of the day, we have some comparative aspects that we have to look at. And then when you talk about legal, at the end of the day, it goes back to muamalat. I think let's be more specific rather than just say Sharia and legal. All right? Most of the legal discussions are still very much muamalat. And then accounting finance. All right, there were attempts to introduce Islamic accounting, and the industry got confused. Who is this Islamic accounting graduate? And we have management sciences and technologies, as well as governance. Now, these are some areas and domains that we can do. We can discuss further. We can drill down to what is practical and at the same time consistent. Now, when we talk about program delivery and assessment, at the end of the day, we cannot ignore a principle-centered approach, right? Especially when we make reference to Islamic sciences. And to a certain extent, when you discuss about theory and discipline, as well as practical significance, so this somehow has got to be reflected in our program delivery. Now, if you give me some opportunity to basically share with you how we have formed ourselves. Of course, we were there just before the 12th, the 11th conference. Then we officially registered ourselves after that, which is 2017. Now, ever since, we have been working closely with the Ministry of Higher Education, and has since been the flagship of the ministry to promote Islamic finance education. Now, we had quite a chart. You can have a look at our chart from 2013 right up to 2018. We went through a range of roller coaster sort of trip. First of all, trying to look at whether we can be an accreditation agency, and of course, you get shut down by regulators. So as academics, I think we stick to what we are good at to help others clarify and learn more. So we focus on smart partnerships, and as a result, we continue to sustain and facilitate. Now, since then, if I can share some of the things that we put to work, we had a lot of train-the-trainers workshop, even with the regulators, to promote some of their contracts and standards. Also, we are currently the Secretariat of ASEAN Conference. Recently, we partner with assessor certification programs where our academics are familiar with professional programs and they are becoming assessors at the same time. Of course, I'm sure you have somehow come across the MIFA report. And in Turkey also, there was a TIFA report at one time, and I hope we could continue to collaborate and discuss further. Now, this is the ecosystem that we propose to explain to others how Islamic finance can continue to sustain if and only if there is a symbiotic relationship between the academy and the industry. Right? So here you can see that at the end of the day, we have the education providers as well as the talent pool. We have a list of processes in terms of the curriculum development involving various agencies, and they are currently our partners in making this work. So when we talk about education in Islamic finance, we cannot ignore other agencies because they are crucial inputs as well as they are supportive of our efforts. Now, we did work on our MIFA report, and essentially this is what are the components and we hope to achieve. And this is something that we hope we could share with you so that we can explore further on how we can collaborate with different countries to come out not just MIFA, which is Malaysian, but GIFA, which is a Global Islamic Finance Education Report. Now, a little bit on how we have done with the local scenario. All right, we did make some revision on the standard that I've mentioned to you, the Muamalat standard, and take it a broader perspective more from Muamalat. Now, one of the things that we discover is we have not looked at Muamalat more from the social perspective, but rather too much from the ruling perspective. So we miss a lot in terms of administration and others. And here is just a simple diagram to show how the domains have been arranged with respect to the particular standard. Of course, our future initiatives, we are now looking at atlas of indicators from just a report. That's our next project. We're also going to launch our online learning platform. At the same time, we have done our roadshow. So we have an atlas and a roadshow plus conference. Of course, the next conference will be in Bogor, together with our international chapters. So I think on that note, I would like to say thank you very much. We look forward to future collaboration and advancing Islamic finance.
Thank you very much, Prof. Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. And you have raised so many issues, and I remember that many of them we have been discussing them at IIBF when I was still there. And I believe these issues, they are faced by all the institutions which are offering actually the program Islamic Economics and Finance. And I believe the other panelists, they will have a lot of comments on that and contribution, inshallah. But before that, I would like to just highlight briefly on the, I would call the experience of the North African countries in actually offering these kind of programs. But most of you, and I think the audience, they don't know that actually, especially in Morocco, it has been, or it has started long ago, actually, these initiatives of actually trying to introduce Islamic economics and finance, and that has started in 1987 within foundation of, or founding the Islamic Economics and Finance Association. But unfortunately, all those initiatives, they have, they were not actually materialized until the last 10 years, where we see that in these countries, the universities have started actually, or have started to introduce and offer programs in Islamic economics and finance. So far in Morocco, we have few universities, public and private, who are, or that are offering actually Islamic economics and finance, but mainly they are focusing on Islamic finance programs. And the unique things about the Moroccan experience is that the offering of Islamic finance programs started before actually the introduction of the Islamic banks in the country, which just came actually late in 2018. There was a window before that actually in 2010, but it was just, was not that important experience. So for now, we find that many universities actually, they are offering this kind of programs. There are some of them which are full-fledged, and some of them, they are not full-fledged, which means they are just offering some subjects in some of the faculties, like the Faculty of Economics and Sharia and so on. And also some of those programs, they are basically executive programs which are offered to the professionals who don't have time, for example, to come and sit in the university during the working days. So that means they have to study with either in the weekends or in the evenings. And we have also the normal postgraduate programs. So mainly, so far, we have only the postgraduate programs offered actually in the universities. And the unique things also, which has just introduced in Morocco last year, is the establishment of a research center jointly between the IDB and one of the Moroccan universities. For this research center is actually focusing on Islamic finance engineering, which is based on simulation basically, and they have also produced a lot of, good number of actually graduates from that center, which is a very interesting actually experience, and I think it's not introduced in any other countries. But most of the things that we can actually highlight here about the programs which are offered in those universities, most of them, they remain traditional and they don't touch on the applications of Islamic finance, basically maybe because of the late introduction of the Islamic banks in those countries basically. And here I'm talking about Morocco, I'm talking about Mauritania, talking about Algeria, talking about Tunisia, which are very interesting actually experiences. And mainly these programs, and also this is another issue which are faced by those programs. So some of those programs, they are offered by the faculties of economics, some they are offered by the National Schools of Commerce and Management, and some they are offered by the Islamic Studies or the Sharia faculties, which are very challenging because, like, for example, in the economics faculties, you find hardly actually those programs actually containing, for example, the Sharia courses, because basically they don't have, in the faculties, they don't have people who are specializing in Sharia. And the same thing also goes to the programs which are offered in the Islamic Studies faculties, where also you find that the main focus of those programs, they are on the Sharia subjects only, and they ignore the economics because of the and finance because of the lack of the actually the lecturers in those faculties. And also one more thing is that some of those programs, they are open to all the students from different backgrounds, but these are remain only, they are very limited, but most of them, or some of the universities actually, they restricted the the acceptance of the students only to those who are coming from the same background. Let's say if the economics faculty is offering the program, so that means they don't accept the students who are coming from Sharia background or from any other different backgrounds. So basically they only focus on the students, and they restricted to the students who are coming from these backgrounds. So which are also challenges that are faced by these kind of programs, and also of course definitely they affect the quality of those programs and the problems which are faced by those students after they graduate. And the languages used basically is that mainly they are using French and Arabic, and slightly now they are integrating English as well in some of the courses, but mainly they are using French, Arabic, and also few subjects in English, which are very minimum. This is the most important things that I can highlight about the experience of the North African countries in terms of offering these kind of programs. So I would like to keep it like this. Unfortunately, the other countries, they don't know much about North Africa due to the, unfortunately, also the lack of collaboration, which has been mentioned in the previous presentations by Prof. Said Musa and also Dr. Nizam, which must be enhanced actually. I remember that here when in ISU we have started some kind of collaborations with the universities in Morocco and the other actually North African universities. Inshallah, and we hope that this will enhance those kind of programs. They will benefit from us, and definitely inshallah will benefit from them. And we have also started the exchange of the students and lecturers as well. And this is very important. We have received quite a number of students from these countries and these universities which are offering Islamic economics and finance. And we also have sent our students to them. So inshallah, with that, hopefully this kind of experience will be enriched, inshallah, in the future. So with that, I will stop here, and I would like to call the other distinguished scholars to actually comment on the curriculum frameworks in Islamic finance. I would like to call first Prof. Mehmed Asudai from Durham University. The stage is yours, Prof. If you don't mind, in 5 minutes, because we are running short of time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Assalamu alaikum to everyone.
Alaikum salam.
I think it's becoming a challenge. Therefore, I'm not going to use the presentation I have prepared. And in particular, I'm always the guy of a very long words, so I'm not going to be able to do that. But 5 minutes, I'll try my best. It is exciting, of course, to see that in different parts of the world, different Islamic finance programs have emerged. I do remember that in 1990s, BBC, in covering Islamic finance, it referred to voodoo economy. But now, even in the western part of the world, in universities such as Durham, you have Islamic finance programs, and BBC is doing the daily update on the Islamic finance markets. Hence, the utopias are important. If you don't have the utopias, you won't be able to establish the realities. But somehow, in our circles, when we refer to Islamic economics, everyone becomes very agitated that they think that, look, this doesn't have a relevance, it's very utopian. No, you have to have utopian. And therefore, when I did my keynote speech in this conference, I acknowledged the great contribution, but importantly, the light that was fired by the founding fathers. And that light has given us the opportunity as an utopia. When they were talking about such matters, it was an utopia. And that utopia has become reality, that we have this conference now running for the 12th session. But what is important, and a bit of disappointment and the lamenting, continuing my lamenting attitude, unfortunately, the research, we are talking about the educational part, looking at different curriculums, but we are not discussing research. And we cannot divorce education from research, because one way or another, research determines the way we want to teach. However, and this is at the same time is a cognitive problem I can see with our Islamic finance programs all over the world. Because rather than shaping our teaching and education according to the research that we develop, we have been developing this attitude of teaching the everyday practice of Islamic finance. So in other words, what we are doing, we are bringing the practice to the class because somehow we have positioned ourselves as the people who prepare the human resources necessary for the Islamic banking. And therefore, by divorcing research from education, what we have been doing, we are theoretizing the experience of Islamic banking and finance, which we heavily criticize. Okay. On the one hand, we criticize Islamic banking and finance not fitting to the normative understanding of Islamic finance, sorry, Islamic economics or Islamic norms. But on the other hand, we bring them into the class when we theoretize them. And strangely, of course, an important issue here, the practice of Islamic finance is socially constructed reality under the market conditions. But we are referring to the Islamic norms, which is ontological reality. So we are creating huge methodological problem here for ourselves, and therefore we are creating a new generation who have been grafted by the market, but who wants to worship Allah. We are contributing to that process. And I feel that this is a huge problem that we are facing, that we have not developed the necessary pedagogical understanding, the methodological base to understand such matters. In other words, we teach the theoretization, everyday practice as a theory of Islamic finance in our classes, but we are squeezing into the existing structures, okay? So in other words, neoclassical structures, but then we are forcing them to fit into the Islamic norms. And we are, however, when we are discussing Islamic banking practice in our research as well as in the discussion, we curse Islamic banking and finance not fulfilling the Islamic norms. But on the other hand, we are doing the same thing, same mimicry we are doing. So that's a major concern that I have with the curriculums that we have. We are allowing ourselves to be grafted by the market system or the neoclassical economics, and we are pushing ourselves. And therefore, what happens, because we are theoretizing the practice of Islamic finance, the distinction between training and education is missing. The blurring between education and training has become a reality. In other words, in our master's program, undergraduate programs, are we doing training or are we doing education? Because these are two different things. Training is done post education, after your degrees, master or whatever it is, they would do in their institutions, or they would go training courses. But it seems that in our programs, Islamic finance programs, we are mostly doing training, which implies that we are not developing the critical base who can shape the emergence of different products, different institutions, different practices. Because what we are saying to them by bringing the experience of Islamic finance to the class as a theory, we are saying that this is the end of history. But Islamic banking and finance is not even the beginning of history. Okay, it is just a practice that we developed with the hope that we could move into more authentic practices, institutions, and methods. So therefore, we are unfortunately curtailing the development of the new generation who can take the narrative one step further in developing new practices and new institutions. And that is a huge concern. In other words, the critical mass. How we are going to develop the critical mass has to be our question in our programs. Yes, develop training programs, develop the human resources necessary for human resources for the Islamic banking. But what is our major responsibility is to develop the critical mass who can take the story further. As there are references to this civilizational discourse. By civilizational discourse, we are saying that you have to identify that distinction, ontological distinction, but we are not doing that. On the one hand, we make the references to civilizational discourse. On the other hand, we are taking a foster mother or father under the neoclassical economics, which is a product of a different ontological civilization. So therefore, we have to be consistent in what we are doing. What is the critical mass who can take the narrative one step further? So that's an important issue, the blurring between training and education. And the main reason for that is the research part. We have unfortunately divorced our education from research, and therefore it is unfortunate that we have a session here on education, but unfortunately we do not have a session on for instance, research. What is the research qualities that we are looking into? And therefore we have to look into our education. That I'm sharing my screen. I hope you can see that. There is a particular close link between research and teaching. We cannot divorce that. And unfortunately, as we can see in this particular conference, as well as in all conferences, our research has become entirely mimicking in the way that we have been criticizing the practice of Islamic banking and finance. We have become entirely empirical by using the past data of Islamic banking and finance, producing all these empiricities, by using the frames generated by different ontological base and norms. And that is an important concern. So in order, therefore, to be able to generate this next generation of critical thinkers who can take the story one step further, we have to look into how we can re-establish this link between research and teaching. Okay, and therefore our teaching has to be research-led. Our teaching has to be research-oriented. Our research at least should be research-based. Our research has to be research-informed. And therefore the importance of research in order to further the educational qualities in the Muslim world, in Islamic banking and finance programs, in Islamic economics. When we talk about the research-based teaching, therefore, the curriculum is very much around learning activities around the research, the subject content, the inquiry. There's an inquiry, particular inquiry. Why? The question is why? Okay, riba is haram, it is a Quranic position, but what is the hikmah then? So the hikmah is not only functionalization and instrumentalization of riba, okay, or the prohibition of riba to create those structures going around but producing the same outcome. So our objective is not to produce the same outcome in that manner, okay? However, the whole idea then we have to be able to teach that the prohibition of riba relates to overcoming the hegemony of capital, establishing that equality between different stakeholders in the process, rather than as the Islamic banking is doing through fiqh in a very rational manner, using this different structures but producing the same outcome as Ibn Qayyim mentioned hundreds of years ago. And therefore, when we look at the research-based teaching, it gives the students such an opportunity. Yes, they are going to work in the Islamic banking. At least they can, when there's a task in front of that student after the graduation, they would look at from a different perspective. They will look into how to innovate, how to go one step further, develop the necessary new structures. And therefore, research-based teaching is an essential. But of course, that requires a research-based culture in our universities. And unfortunately, in the Muslim world, our universities have become heavily teaching universities. Research-based is not there. And therefore, when you look at research-based teaching, for instance, the division between even teacher and the student is minimized because it is very much the research oriented, okay? And therefore you are collaborating with your student. The research that you have developed, you are sharing the results of that, the processes of that, how to develop that. And therefore that two-way interactions are considered to be the new ways of developing a systematic inquiry-based teaching. And therefore in Islamic banking and finance, we have to look into in our curriculums, okay, how we can develop that research and the education nexus. That link has to be there. Without that, unfortunately, we are going to continue what we are doing. The way we are criticizing Islamic banks, we are doing the same thing of mimicry. For instance, okay, let's look at our... Yes, finishing. Just finishing. Let's look at, for instance, on the one hand, we would consider Tawheed as the governance model, but on the other hand, in the class, without any difficulty, we teach our students the shareholder value maximization theory. And we do not highlight the difference between. The corporation, fiqh even has a problem with corporation, but we do not consider why corporations have to be the essential nature. Incentive mechanism, we teach the incentive mechanism in the same way as neoclassical economics do. Efficiency again, and etc. Prohibition of riba, what is the accumulation and etc. those links. Even in the smallest sense, for instance, fiqh is a public policy matter. But the way we are teaching, of course, is entirely fiqh-oriented, very much rational. Of course, the public policy issues are not discussed. And therefore, considering that Islamic economics and finance is an ontologically constructed knowledge base, okay? It's not a market-driven. However, in our educational teaching, unfortunately, we take the market-driven consequences and we theoretize that. So therefore, just finishing that, I think we have to develop the necessary theoretical frames and bring the research and the educational link to our debate, because without that, unfortunately, we will be mimicking in the same way that we criticize of the Islamic banking and finance. Hence my lamenting, but these are important issues. I wish rather than squeezing such a session, such an important session only with 5 minutes and 10 minutes, these are the hardcore matters that we have to discuss. And that's all from me. And my apologies again for lamenting, but these are essential issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. We really agree with you, and it's very essential and important. Especially the emphasis on research. Thank you very much for those insightful issues that you have raised. And I would like here to welcome also Professor Ma'bid Al-Jarhi to comment as well in 5 minutes, Prof, because we are running out of time.
Dr. Sharif, since Brother Salman is here, and we started around 15 minutes late, can we ask him for 10 minutes, Dr. Salman, just to wrap up? Dr. Salman?
I think we will need about 25 minutes at least.
So
the closing session will get you.
Okay, so can you give us just 10 minutes more? At least we can negotiate.
I have no authority to give anything.
Oh.
I have no authority to give anything. I just need some, you know that
Okay, inshallah.
Thank you, Prof. I think we will get the
30
comments from
minutes.
the other
Okay.
profs quickly.
Okay, inshallah. Thank
If
you
they
very
have
much.
any additional comments. Prof. Mabid Al-Jarhi from the Social Science University of Ankara.
بسم الله
Prof, you are
الرحمن
welcome
الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. I have delivered my keynote speech few minutes ago about this particular problem of what to teach is the future generation of Islamic economists. And we have a problem of material. The material we teach has been textual and not analytic, dependent on neoclassical economics, which is mostly bunk. Neoclassical economics has received many critiques, and I'm not going to go through that. And what we need to do here is to, first of all, teach our students the critique of neoclassical economics and the opinions of the other side of neoclassical economics. Another thing here that we would like to treat our own subjects analytically, and we should stop being bogged down on methodology and moral values. This is what most Islamic economics contains nowadays, that we are just mimicking the methodology of Sharia scholars, and we have forgotten our own analytical analytical economic methodology. We mustn't forget that we are economists and not Sharia scholars. In order to be practical, I really propose that we would have, we would collect all the textbooks available in Islamic economics taught by universities. And I have my own book, but I have only the first volume, which is available on the internet freely. But I would like to also get the contribution of others and make, first of all, make guidelines. In other words, what do we teach in price theory? Do we teach a theory that is based on stable equilibrium, which is totally unrealistic? Do we teach the concept of perfect competition, which is totally faulty, mathematically and otherwise? Or do we teach our own new ideas? We have to get to the drawing board and build up our own new material.
Thank you very much, Prof.
That's okay. I mean, I can stop in a moment.
Thank you very much. It's really a very important issue also, which you have mentioned, which we all suffer with, especially those who are teaching in the Islamic economics and finance programs.
I suggest that you, for more details, go to my keynote speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will do. Thank you very much. So I would like to call also now Prof. Raditya Sukmana, in short, please, if you can give us your comments.
Alaikum salam. Can you see my screen, my PowerPoint slide?
Well, I think no need the slides because we are running short of time. We have another meeting now.
Yeah, never mind. I just explain what happened in the development of Islamic economic finance in Indonesia. If you see my slide,
you can just summarize it in 2 words, Yani.
Right. Okay, the development of Islamic economics and finance in Indonesia grew very rapidly. Like in my case, quota is 225 and the applicants is 3,000. So we reject so many of the applicants. But in the Indonesia, the Islamic economic program is under Ministry of Education, Ministry of Religious. And what the vital role in Indonesia now is the existence of CNAX, it's Committee Nasional Keuangan Syariah, is vital. It's led by our president, and it is coordinating the Ministry of Finance, National Planning Board, Bank Indonesia, and also all the universities which offer the Islamic economic programs. See, one of the things that has been done in the associations of Islamic economic program is that they have learning outcome already recognized by our Ministry of Education. So all other university who wants to develop the Islamic economic curriculum should follow the learning outcome that has been on the website of our Ministry of Education. So, and also our colleague from Malaysia can also learn from us. So the role of KNKS during the process of learning outcome, we are helped very much by Bank Indonesia, who also concerned about the education in Islamic economics, and also later on followed by KNKS. So other things, the current Ministry of Education introduced now the Freedom Campus, in which 2 semesters the students have to go to the industry, and 1 semester take courses outside the Islamic economic program. And this is, I think, is important because by doing the 2 semesters in the industry, they can look at the problem in the real sector and then consult with the supervisor in the university and solve the problems. And that can be the research that has been suggested by the Prof. Mehmet Asutai. And also we need to redesign the curriculum because the comment by the Ministry of Education now is like this: the Freedom Campus. This is the university has to offer, but the right is solely depends on the students. Okay, other thing, it gives a benefit because reducing the gap between the graduates and what is needed in the industry. And also it benefited the employers because this, for 1 year, it can be part of the recruitment process. And questions raised to me with regard to whether we need to specify the program. Yes, I do agree that we need to specify the program like Islamic Economics and Finance program, whereby the portion of finance is bigger rather than Islamic Economic and Business, whereby the portion of business will be bigger. And also, we need to also think about the cross-discipline, because now if we look at the social finance, Islamic social finance, Wakaf is not stand-alone. Wakaf, now we understand about Wakaf and artificial intelligence through blockchain. Wakaf now is needed in the legal documentations. Wakaf is now needed in the business and accounting and other things. So we need to also allow the student to have cross courses, so to enable them to reduce the gap between the graduates and what is needed by the industry. So I think yes, this is the example, and the minimum percentage, yes, I agree, because it reflects the core competence that is needed by the industry. And also, lastly, as conventional economic now is applied in the internationally, we also need to understand, although we don't agree with conventional economics, but we need to understand in order for us to understand further the Islamic economics, because now internationally conventional economic is dominant, so we need to know, but we have to also understand the Islamic economics to fix the current economic system. And I think about the integrity, about the delivery, yes, I do agree fully with what has been mentioned by Prof. Mehmet. I think overall collaboration is needed to develop the knowledge. Thank you very much, Brother Dr. Sharif.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Raditya, for this insightful presentation. I would like to move lastly to Dr. Irfan Shauqi from the Agriculture University, Bogor, Indonesia. Please,
Thank you. Yes.
For 3 minutes, if you can.
Okay, don't worry. I just have one slide to
just
share.
To add on the previous scholars.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I just want to comment on what has been presented by the previous distinguished speakers, that I've been following and attending various conferences discussing about this, including the one that was held in Kuala Lumpur 2011 until now. So I think there are 4 major issues in which we need to take these issues seriously in order to move forward. because the question is now how we move forward. And what I have learned from previous events, so I come to the conclusion that what we need to do now is how we tackle the issue of standardized content of the curriculum. Yeah, so in which we need a strategic plan to conduct series of workshops. So we have to increase the quality of the content of Islamic economics teaching itself, because until now, I think we have various definition and various contents of the curriculum. We just come up with the agreement on several domains, yeah, administratively, but not the content itself. So this is a very important issue. I agree with Prof. Ahmed that we need to develop something that is coming from the essence of Islamic teaching itself. And in Indonesia, we have attempted to do this. Now, for example, in our case, in zakat development, for example, we have developed National Zakat Index and Welfare Index to measure the impact of zakat towards its recipients by utilizing all possible, by extracting, Quran and Sunnah, and also the existing condition, challenges and practices of zakat development. And we come with something which is new in this regard. So I hope that this can be done thoroughly, and also this can be done in a strategic plan. So it is the duty of all the institutions to tackle this issue. And then the second one, we have a lot of organizations focusing on the development of Islamic economics. So as Professor Aditya said, that the focus and the strategic collaboration and also differentiation of these institutions are really needed. Yeah, the role of International Association of Islamic Economics, the ICIEF, and also the establishment of the federation. We need to play our own role on how to enhance and increase the quality of Islamic economics and finance curriculum. The third issue is related with the participation. We need to expand the involvement as many stakeholders as possible. Yeah, so this is very important because we need to get various perspectives that can give us a new approach, towards the development of Islamic economics and finance curriculum. And the last issue is related with the practical solution that is offered by Islamic economics and finance on current and future economic challenges. Just yesterday, our Vice President discussed this matter with Indonesian Association of Islamic Economists, that it is the right time at the moment for the Islamic economics and finance to provide and give direction to the government on how to deal with this multiple crises: health crisis, economic crisis, financial crisis, social crisis. So how we come up with a solution, and it's a right time at the moment if we try to give more energy and focus on this matter, so that the presence of Islamic economics and finance can be, can be felt in a good way by society. So I think these four major issues are very important, and I hope in continuation of this conference and also the workshop, I think we need to have a more strategic plan to conduct series of workshops that is focusing on the content of the curriculum itself. By that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Irfan, for the points that you have added to the rest of the scholars. It's a really great pleasure, but I believe that the most common emphasis by all the scholars to solve these issues which are faced by mostly all the institutions which are offering actually Islamic economics and finance is by really collaboration between these institutions. And then inshallah we'll be able to solve at least many of them. With this, I would like really to thank all of you one by one. And I would like to hand over from ISO, on behalf of ISO. Director was here, but I think he left also the meeting. We wanted to hear from Professor Arif also, but he did not join us. But on behalf of ISO, I would like to thank all of you. And I will hand over to Dr. Mustafa again. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Doctor, please unmute your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank Dr. Sharif for being such a good co-chair, and we would also like to extend our thanks to the rector of ISO, Prof. Mehmet Bulut, who has given a lot of support, particularly to the sessions and the conference in general. We would also like to thank the international viewers and participants in this session. And as part, inshallah, of this communique, which will be part of the resolution for this session, we agreed to the following 4 points, if I may read them very quickly. One is, inshallah, we'll be conducting series of curriculum framework at the regional workshops within the coming 6 to 9 months to achieve this common curriculum framework for Islamic economics and finance. We have also agreed that we will carry out a talent survey to know the kind of talents that we need for teaching Islamic economics and finance. And this is also a research component, by the way. So the third thing is that, inshallah, in the forthcoming symposium, which is the 7th, which will be held in conjunction with the 13th ICIEF, all the inputs that are gathered within this period will be tabled or discussed in that 13th ICIEF. And finally, we also have agreed to support the International Federation of Islamic Economics and Finance Education with its secretariat based in the Center for Islamic Economics, IIUM, in terms of its effort for collaboration among the universities in OIC member countries. And also at the same time, we also invite institutional members to join this IFFA, if I may pronounce it properly. And inshallah, once again, we are very sorry for IAIE. We started our session 15 minutes late, but still we went around 3 or 4 minutes into the allotted time. And Jazakumullah khair, and we meet again in the next session. And thanks once again to all the panelists, and thanks for the new sessions. And I think many of you who have joined the sessions will also be participating in the next session, which I believe will be chaired by either Brother Salman or Chachi. And Jazakumullah khair. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala mursaleen. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Thank you, Brother Mustafa. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All of you are welcome to stay here. There is no need to go away because this session will continue. Assalamu alaikum once again to the people who are in this session as well as those who are watching us on the YouTube. This is basically a session to introduce the International Association of Islamic Economics and why there is a need for association. And why there is a need for this education symposium, why there is a need for a research collaboration. Why? That why is very important because no matter, we know that Islamic economics and finance is a new idea, is a revolutionary idea, it is a very good idea, but ideas do not win just by being an idea. There has to be a push. There has to be a coordinated effort to get the new ideas and bright ideas accepted in the society and to get it implemented. And that is the reason why the associations have been formed, and that was the reason that International Association of Islamic Economics and Finance was created way back in 1984. The idea came during the second international conference that took place in Islamabad in 1983, and the association came up in 1984. Let me share my screen. Just have to bear with me. Can you see now?
Not yet, Dr. Sam.
Not yet, okay. So basically, this is the motivation behind creation of this association, and that resulted in its formation in 1984. Since the start, the objective of this association has been to promote Islamic economics and finance, both in education and in all other matters. I'm still trying to get it back on. So now the association has its own website. It is at www.iaie.net. Among the pioneers or the founders of the association have been very many people. I just recall a few names right now, like Professor Khurshid Ahmed, Dr. Najatullah Siddiqui, Dr. Anas Zarqa, Mabid al-Jarhi, Manzar Kahaf, and many more. They all joined together with the objectives of to advance the education in general and the education in Islamic economics in particular by promoting the study of Islamic economics. It involves the reconstruction of economic theory and practice in the light of divine guidance as obtained from Quran and Sunnah. And with this objective, they started many different activities. Currently, there are two main or major activities that association is doing. One is the series of international conferences on Islamic economics and finance that has been continuing since, if we count the first international conference in Makkah, at that time association didn't exist, but from second conference on, the association has been contributing. And the second major activity of the association has been the review of Islamic economics, the journal. These are, in addition to that, there are different smaller activities, but these are the main things that I would like to highlight. Although I'm unable to share my slide for some reason, but this is the information that I would like to provide without, just to save the time. And as we know that this is the 12th conference, Alhamdulillah, concluding in the next session. Hosted by IZU and collaborated by IRTI, the association, and many other partners. The current structure of the association is such that we have a council and an executive board and members. So what is important is that in order to realize the why that I started with, we need to become members and we need to work together. And the membership drive is now open. And I will, after this session or during this session, I will try to send to all the website that I was just mentioning, that www.International Association of Islamic Economics, IAIE.net. You can find the constitution of the association there. You can find membership information over there. And we will recommend everybody to join. And joining is free for the first year. And anyone who is interested in Islamic economics and finance can become member. There are different categories of membership. There is also a fellowship of the association, which is based on significant contribution in Islamic economics and finance, and the fellows are elected by the members. So with this, I would like to pass on to Dr. Azmi Umar, who is, before that, let me mention something that since the executive board membership expired, or the tenure expired and they were supposed to be re-elected in for the international conference in Makkah, which could not take place. So there is an interim arrangement right now until we hold the next elections, which will be inshallah in September 10, 2020. So before that, we would like to create as many members as possible so that they can have a say. Right now, Dr. Umar Hafiz is the president. Dr. Azmi Umar is the vice president. Myself is serving as the general secretary. Dr. Mohammed Asute is the member of the executive board, and Dr. Irfan Shawki is also the member of the executive board. In addition to that, there is a council in which we have 9 individual members, and still there are 3 positions for the institutional members and 3 positions for the fellows that has to be filled later. So with this, I would like to pass on the microphone to Dr. Azmi Umar, who is Vice President of the association. Dr. Azmi Umar.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Salman. Colleagues, friends, brothers, there is no sisters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's good to see all of you here, all friends. Again, to reiterate what Dr. Salman mentioned earlier on, we have been trying to revive the International Association of Islamic Economics for quite some time. I remember it started way back when I was towards the end of my tenure at IRTI. And Alhamdulillah, early this year, we finalized everything. So what we intend to do in this revived International Association of Islamic Economics is to, of course, continue organizing the conference together with IRTI and other institutions. So we will have the 13th International Conference next year. The other plan that we want to do is to organize also regional workshops, particularly on research workshops. What we want to do is having regional chapters within each region so that we can really have more interactive focus on different aspects of research. If you notice here, we tend to be more concentrated from the Middle East right into Southeast Asia. We do not have a lot of researchers coming from the West African countries. We do have from Nigeria, but we do not have from West African countries, as well as North African countries. So again, it's important for us to spread out our wing, to have contacts and to work together in order to really develop research agenda and coordinate the research agenda. And this research agenda can then be brought later on to the next council meeting and subsequently to the conference. The other one is we will collaborate with ICIEF and the other bodies on the curriculum development. Because all of us are involved one way or another in the university or research institutes. So we need to collaborate in terms of the curriculum development. I do agree what was discussed earlier on, but my concern is also we need to have variations between regions and countries. We should not have a standardized uniform curriculum, because each university would have their own strength, would have their own focus that they want to do. We can agree on certain minimum curriculum, minimum content, and the rest we allow for innovation to take place depending on which university, which country, which region they are located. So what we want to do at this association is to bring more members coming from different parts of the world who are involved in Islamic economics and finance. The other one is, as I mentioned earlier on, we need to bring more young people, okay, to train them to be up and coming researchers. All of us, I say, maybe apart from Brother Radit and Dr. Irfan, all of us are, I would say, 50s and above. I think we need to get more and more young people in the not only in the association but also in the council for them to help us to drive, the association so that we can get new ideas, we can get new members, we can get also in terms of the new areas of interest, like what was mentioned earlier on, the area of Islamic social finance, zakat, wakaf, sadaqah, incorporating the blockchain component inside that. The other one that I want to talk about is also in terms of the what we say the research is that we need to incorporate not only theoretical research, applied research, but also policy research. Because we need to train young people how to do theoretical research, as what was discussed earlier on, how to conduct applied research, and also policy research. Like what both Professor Raditya and Dr. Irfan mentioned earlier on, like for example, the government of Indonesia is asking for solutions. So this requires policy research, and we need to train our young researchers how to conduct policy research and how to provide solutions to the country. So I encourage all of you and also your faculty members to be members of the association, and we'll be sending information later on. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Azmi. I would like now to invite Dr. Mehmet Asute to talk about the plans of the association for the journal.
Okay, assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh again. I have different hats in this conference, and it's good to be back here. The Review of Islamic Economics is the journal of the association. It has been dormant for some time, and therefore it is the objective of the association to bring it back to contribute to the knowledge development in the field. The first issue came in 1991. And one of the first papers was Professor Chapra's paper on why there is a need for an Islamic economic system. So it very well situated the objective of the Review of Islamic Economics in its context. It is one of the first journals, along with IRT's Islamic Economic Studies, King Abdulaziz, and IIEM's journal, which have shifted few names, but still around. So Review of Islamic Economics, unfortunately, since 2011 has been dormant because of various reasons, including financial issues, but hopefully with the association being reformed again, we have decided to relaunch the Review of Islamic Economics as a legacy journal. It's an important journal, it's a legacy journal. It is one of the first, and it has contributed during its time to the knowledge development, in particular in the theoretical areas. And of course, I can see Professor Mavid Al-Jarhi is still with us. He was involved in the time, but they mainly around the founding fathers who have brought together and decided to establish this journal as the official journal of the association. And therefore, we are very happy to launch, and we will be circulating information for call for papers. Also, some of the papers to be selected from this conference will be considered to be published. We will be relaunching the journal in the beginning of the year, next year, 2021, hopefully, and inshallah. And we want this journal to continue to sustain its legacy in contributing to knowledge development, the critical understanding, theoretical and methodological issues, as well as, of course, empirical studies. But we want to give a new voice. So we want to open a new chapter as a new voice to provide an opportunity space for those colleagues who are very much concerned with the knowledge development issues. So inshallah, it will be an online journal, as most of the journals and the way the academia is moving into, research moving into. And you will be hearing from us in terms of call for papers and the sustaining. But the main website, as Dr. Salman has shared, I think would be the association's website, through which we will be announcing information and hosting the journal through. But also there is a plan to bring the journal into mainstream publications, and again, we will be informing you on those issues. But again, let me reiterate, our objective is not to expand the available number of journals in the field, because I feel that somehow there's a saturation in the existing of journals in the Muslim world in Islamic economics and finance. And again, I will reiterate my position that rather than the quantity, let's focus on the quantity. And therefore, this journal aims at to do that. But of course, the field will determine whether we can achieve that. As I have concern, as I identified in the previous session, the research education and the amount of knowledge we are developing, we have to be more critical in terms of the quality related issues. And we are all hoping that you will be contributing to the journal and take the journal to the next phase, and hopefully, as mentioned by Dr. Azmi Omar, Professor Azmi Omar as well, the new generation, hopefully we will contribute to their development so that they can take the academic world as well as they contribute to the journals in general, but also the review of Islamic economics, and hopefully the new generation of leadership will be able to take over the journal in the coming years, hopefully. But again, the link between our education quality is very much determined by the quality of our research. So unless we achieve that relationship, that nexus, we won't be able to. And therefore, let's focus on how we can develop the quality of research, and then our journals can be a platform to provide such opportunities. And that is what we are aiming with this relaunch. And we welcome all of you to contribute to the journal and to develop it further with your contribution. And thank you very much. And hopefully we will be informing you further about the call for papers and the developments in relation to the journal. Let's pray for its success as well as the success of other journals, so that it can be an important contribution in the field, continue to be an important contribution in the field. Thank you very much, and wassalam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asote and Professor Asote. So because the closing ceremony will be starting at 5:30, so I will not take much time. If Dr. Azmi Umar can show the association's website. That is good. Yeah, this is the association website. And you can see the constitution up there, objectives of the association, about us, membership, etc. So these are things that are essential things that are already available there. So, and the first year, the membership is free. And we would like to make full members, student members, all kinds of members to join. Anybody who is interested in Islamic economics and finance can join and become a member. Professor, if you can push objectives. Objectives are listed. So many of us who are here in this session, it is known to us, but this is I'm just showing it for the people who will see the YouTube later or who are seeing it now, that they can know what the association is about and where to access it and how to communicate with us. With this, I thank everybody who joined in this session, and also everybody who helped us organize the whole conference, because the association was part of the organizers. So I will not take much time because we have to move to the other session to join with the closing session. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Now, inshallah, because I am in charge of controlling the system, so I wish everybody all the best. And thank you very much for the IEA group. And we now go to the closing ceremony. So, jazakumullah khair, wa assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Any coming meeting, Dr. Mom?
I think, yes, inshallah we'll inform. We'll let, I think like Brother Said Salman said, that there'll be a lot of collaboration among all these parties. Inshallah we'll do a joint effort to collaborate, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, all participants.
Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Dr. Azmi will have to stay, I think, or Dr. Azmi will have to join the session, for the closing session.
Is it going to be this session, or is it going to be, because this session is only until 5:30, huh?
It's a different, I got a different website.
Yes, yes.
Different website, okay.
Yeah, so this one will just close it and then we move to the other, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Dr. Salman, am I needed there?
No, I am the one who is controlling it now. I'll just.
Okay. No,
okay.
no, I'm just asking Dr. Salman.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum salam.
Prof. Mabid, Assalamu alaikum.
Prof. Mabid. Okay. Assalam. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
capacity and the concept of legal capacity.
Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Mabid. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Here.
Alhamdulillah. Brother, this is Muhammad Aslam.
Yes, yes.
Yes, how are you, Professor?
Alhamdulillah. I'm so happy to see you. Turkish weather must be doing great things for you.
Well, I have already gotten close, يعني used to the cold weather, but I really miss Malaysia very much because of the warm weather and the
Okay, Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Dear colleagues, friends, participants, followers from all of the world, we are now in the final session, in this closing session. We will make a summary what we have done in all week, and I will give 15 minutes to each speakers for analyzing the conference. And before that, I want to start to make a summary. As you know, the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance was held successfully online during an extended period of a whole week from 14 to 20 June 2020 under the theme Growth, Equity and Sustainability, an Islamic Perspective because of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is perhaps in the first time that modern technology and social media was used extensively in such a big international conference in its history. The conference was jointly organized by the International Association for Islamic Economics and Finance and Islamic Research and Training Institute of the Islamic Development Bank Group in collaboration with Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University as the main organizer and supported by the Turkish Participation Banks Association, and also with the supported by Haifa University, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, and Independent Industrialist and Businessman Association, MÜSİAD, as well as the universities from Turkey and the institutions. The conference was opened by me, Professor Mehmet Bulut, as the president of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. The inaugural speech was given by Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of the Republic of Turkey. The conference provided a platform for dialogue, discussion, and exchange between scholars, policymakers, practitioners, as they collectively seek to address challenges of sustainable development in the fourth industrial revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. Under the broad theme of the conference, Sustainable Development for the Real Economy, 132 papers were presented and discussed in 24 parallel sessions, 1 Turkish, 5 Arabic, and 18 English sessions. This is in addition of 14 keynote speeches by eminent speakers from different parts of the world, including Dr. Berat Albayrak, Minister of Treasury and Finance from Turkey, Dr. Abdul Hafiz Sheikh, Minister of Finance from Pakistan. The presented papers focused on areas such as the role of Islamic economics and finance in the fourth industrial revolution, human being focused real economy, digital economy, circular economy, sharing economy, and especially Islamic social finance, which emphasized waqfs and zakat and Islamic microfinance as very important instruments that need to be implemented to give more boost to financial inclusion, empowerment, and entrepreneurship in achieving the sustainable development goals. After through deliberations over a period of 7 days, the participants adopted the following resolutions. The world today we live in needs more than yesterday to the models and systems based on Islamic economics and finance. Islamic economics and finance is based on human focus. It is a natural economy and finance. So that means not only for Islamic countries and Muslims, but also for the rest of the world needs this approach, this paradigm, models and systems from this rich heritage. Second, the conference organizers and participants express their deepest sympathies with those who have suffered from COVID-19 and offer their condolences to the families of the martyrs who succumbed to this epidemic. At this point, Professor Dr. Sabri Orman passed away just before starting the conference, and we say Rahimallah, and I hope we pray from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to come together us in his Jannatul Firdaus, inshallah. They pay home to the frontline health workers who served devotedly despite serious risks for their lives and saved thousands of lives. They also record their appreciation for the governments of Muslim countries who rose up to the situation and provided financial support to face this challenge despite their already tight budgets. Third, the participants noted that COVID-19 has given a wake-up call to most Muslim countries that their regular health budgets for treatment as well as for health research have been miserably low, putting too much pressure at the time of such an emergency. Fiscal reform to provide regular resources for the health sector, which is one of the basic needs, is urgently required. Fourth, the pandemic has tested the effectiveness and resilience of preparedness in such emergencies. The conference notes that the global community did not manifest the requisite spirit of cooperation and multilateralism to face such outbreaks. The conference calls for strengthened cooperative institutions at local, regional, national, and international levels. Fifth, the conference noted that elderly, the underprivileged, and the minority communities have suffered the most and calls for prevention of such vulnerabilities through setting public policy targets for the most vulnerable strata of population. In this respect, the conference recorded that many Islamic institutions such as Zakah, Awqaf, Sadaqah, Qard al-Hasan, Kafala, a strong family unit, care for neighborhood, etc., offer ways of protection against hardships in normal situations as well as in emergencies. These institutions need to work together with Islamic banks in promoting financial inclusion, purpose-driven entrepreneurship, especially for SMEs, education, low-cost housing, and other means for the empowerment of the underprivileged segments of the population. Six, the conference also called to attention the Islamic guidelines for the case of debtors who face difficulties in grim economic situations, calling for debt relief. The guideline given by the Holy Quran, Bismillah, if someone is in hardship, then let there be postponement or debt repayment until a time of ease. But if you give from your right as charity, then it is better for you if you only knew. Is most relevant in situations such as banks, international financial organizations, as well as advanced countries to provide debt relief to the vulnerable individuals, corporations, and states. There are some measures underway, but a lot more may be needed. 7. The conference provided food for thought for researchers that economics is more about how to solve social dilemmas, not simply about how to solve scarcity. Scarcity itself is an outcome of wrong solutions. This framework naturally includes the principles of Islamic economics and finance. The conference noted that a new world order is taking shape. It is high time for Muslim countries to form alliances to protect and improve their due status and representation in global forums and decision-making processes. The concept of an ummah needs to be promoted. 9. The conference takes note of the emergence of platform capitalism augmented by technological breakthroughs such as artificial intelligence, big data, fintech, and the rising importance of the social media and circular economy transition. Emergence of such technologies will set the future of our societies and civilizations. All stakeholders must respond to the opportunities offered by these technological developments for achieving shared prosperity and sustainability in the emerging global situation. 10. The conference emphasized that one important aspect of sustainable development relates to environment and ecology. Blind following of GDPism has given rise to many problems such as global warming, unsafe disposal of industrial waste, and overuse of renewable energy to the neglect of the interests of future generations. The whole development process needs to be re-evaluated in order to adopt more human policies. 11. The conference emphasized the important role of research and teaching institutions in shaping the future course of history and for community service. These institutions should design new courses at both graduate and undergraduate levels, and research projects, especially in circular ecological economy transition, to meet future challenges, some of which have been highlighted above emerging from the discussions in this conference. 12. The participants offered their sincere thanks to the people and government of Turkey, in general the President, the faculty of IZU, and the members of steering, academic and executive committees of the conference, in particular for the excellent arrangements made for the conference despite difficult circumstances and providing this opportunity for dialogue and discussion. And it was also organized the 6th International Symposium on Islamic Economics and Finance Education in a one session. In my last words, again, I would like to thank to all the members of the steering committee, academic committee, and executive committee, and also to the organizations that were together with us, supported us, and also their chairs and their teams. And now I would like to give the speaking to Dr. Sami Suvail. For each speakers, I said 15, but 12. This is 12th conference where I read 12 articles, and 12 minutes is enough, I think, for each. The floor is yours, Dr. Sami Suvail, the director of IRTI. If he is not ready, we can move to Professor Dr. Azmi Ömer, the president of ICIEF and former director of IRTI. The floor is yours, Professor Azmi Ömer. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Mohammed Bulut, Professor Arif, Dr. Sami Swailam, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. As usual, let me thank Istanbul Zaimi University, IRTI, Hamad bin Khalifa University, Participation Banks Association of Turkey, MUSIAD, TKBB, the sponsors, MUSIAD, SASRIC, paper presenters, participants, staff of the Istanbul Zaimi University, and all those who have supported the conference. Thank you for all of you who have made this 12th conference a success. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here today to give a few words on behalf not only of ICIEF, but also on behalf of the International Association of Islamic Economics, an association which was established way back in 1984, the oldest association for Islamic economics and finance. The theme for this conference today, which we have witnessed for the last 1 week, the theme is very relevant today because we talk about sustainable development for the real economy, and we are today in the period of COVID-19, a period where we have not experienced before. This is a new situation, unprecedented, but a situation where all of us are trying to adjust and make the best of this difficult situation. For example, the conference that we have today, I would say the first time in our International Conference for Islamic Economics and Finance to have it online. Previously, we have it face-to-face, in person, where we have the opportunity to meet physically with friends, discuss issues, and so on. But this is a situation where we can only discuss virtually. But nevertheless, the conference, alhamdulillah, went well. It was a series of discussion, and Professor Mohammed Bulut just now has also read out the communique of the conference, and it encapsulates all the ideas that were discussed during the conference. Let me talk a bit about what the association intends to do. The International Association for Islamic Economics is an association that focuses on research, that focuses on education for Islamic economics and finance. What we want to do is to continue to push further the agenda of research in Islamic economics and finance. So to do that, we need to bring more young researchers. Researchers, both not only male and female, but also researchers from different parts of the world. We notice some of the participation comes from West African countries, from other parts of African countries, from Middle East, from South Asia, as well as Southeast Asia. If you look at where Islamic banking is located now, it's from African continent right to American continent. So we need to bring more researchers, more young researchers, to do not only theoretical research in Islamic economics and finance, but also to do applied research as well as policy research. We want to bring them, the younger people, into this agenda so that we can continue bringing the agenda of Islamic economics to the world. We have the opportunity now, as you can see, the situation that we are in, we must show that Islamic economics has a solution to this world's problem. I would say that our Islamic economics is based on Sharia principle, it is based on justice, it is based on ethicals. So we want to show that we are concerned not only about families, about individuals, about society, we are also concerned about environment, which we have discussed earlier on in the conference. We are talking about having a circular economy with zero waste. We are also concerned about having proper governance. We discussed about the usage of blockchain, whereby we can have transparency, we can have trust, and what we want to do in this area is that we want to incorporate Islamic social finance using blockchain so that we can have more trust, we can have proper governance, and as a result, we have transparency. Hence, we can really showcase Islamic social finance is one of the tools to expand further the contribution of Islamic economics and finance to the world. So as I mentioned earlier on, the importance of bringing more people into the Islamic economics and finance agenda. Having more young people from different parts of the world, having both male and female, will enrich our research. So we hope one day when we meet again next year in the 13th conference, we will have participants coming from not only from West Africa, but also from North Africa, from South Africa, from the Middle East, from the Central Asia, from South Asia, Southeast Asia, and possibly, of course, from America, where I see Professor Kabir Hassan is watching now, as well as participants coming from South America, particularly Suriname, as well as Guyana, which now have Islamic banking. So again, I thank you, Professor Muhammad Bulut. I thank you, Istanbul Zaim University. I thank you, all the keynote speakers. I thank you, all the speakers in the conferences, the team that are working very hard to ensure the conference is a success, and to everyone. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Azmi Omar, for this good speech and good contributions. And now we can move to Professor Dr. Arif Ersoy, the Director for International Research Center of Islamic Economics and Finance at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, and the contributor to our organization. Professor Ersoy, floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this important event, the participants who are contributed very important point to the conference, the listener, our rulers. I would like to thank them. This important organization took place in a very important time during that COVID-19 disaster, pandemic. And also today, the whole world, we are facing many problems, economic problems, social problems, other many area of our life needs to re-evaluate and find out new solutions for solving and counter problems. As you know, this conference is important because it is bringing promising to some main principles in order to solve, to find out solutions for problem of our time. As you know, throughout history, such disasters shape the prevailing system and also put forward and some new changes. For example, after settlement in Mesopotamia, the people of that time dealt with agricultural economic activities. They had a lot of problem. After the flood of the Mesopotamia, Prophet Noah came and changed the system and brought law and order. And after that time, after that change, a new system established and civilization started to develop. In the later history, many disasters caused many problems, but also they produced some new solutions. We are taking this conference at the turning of history at the beginning of 20th century. As you know, we have a lot of economic problems at international as well as national and regional level. and scholars of our time came together and discussed during 7 days many issues are facing humanity. Owing to this reason, we should evaluate what we should do in the future. You know, when in all human history, where there are 4 stages of solving problems. First, we should believe how we can solve this problem. Later, after believing, we should discuss scientifically our belief, our proposals, our paradigms, using a scientific method, ilmi method we call it, and then come together and discuss our theories, our explanation, our solutions. This third stage is stage of discussion. First stage is stage of Iman. Second stage is stage of thought. Fourth stage is stage of implementing. If all these 4 stages complemented each other, then we can realize solutions for encounter problem. Now, when we take Iman concerning our belief or worldview of this conference, the main worldview of this conference is based on Tawheed and Adalah. We call this worldview human rights-centered worldview of cooperation and solidarity. Here in this worldview, we have no any problem because throughout human history, when some major problems came out, prophets came, or some follower followed the path of the prophets. Because all prophets of God, they call humanity to come together to establish cooperation and solidarity and solve their problems. Today, the prevailing system of today have lost their ability of solving problems. As you know, at the end of last century, socialism, which was based on political monopoly, couldn't produce new solutions for economic and social problems. Owing to this reason, system collapsed down. And also, before capitalism, you know, the other system before it, for example, during Middle Ages, the system, landlord system collapsed down. Now capitalism, at the end of the 20th century, started to produce problems. Owing to this reason, 2 world wars took place in last century in order to shape the world. But the world which is shaped by powerful side couldn't produce problem. Couldn't produce solutions for prevailed problems. And now the monopolistic capitalism is losing his ability of solving problems. And owing to this reason, at this point, historical point, Islamic economy is promising some solutions. Owing to this reason, we discussed during this conference how we can solve this problem. Now we should take in the future how we can implement these theories. Implementation of these theories, the first stage, we should restructure present system, establish new institutions. This will be done by rulers. According to Islamic worldview, scholars are responsible to find out solutions for the prevailing problems. That is a duty of scholar, because scholar al-ulama warasatul anbiya. As we know that from now on, profit wouldn't come again in order to find out new solutions for prevailing problem. Who will do that? Ulama will do that. Scholar will do that. As we spent a lot of effort during last 7 days here, where we discussed and put forward our proposals. And people will be taking to the politician, to the businessman, to the social communities. They will try to reshape the institutional structure, because without changing institutional structure, we couldn't, implement our theory or the result of our discussion. And this will be done by a politician. And the new system will be sharing economy, participating democracy. And this system will be based on parallel interests between everybody, between countries, between nations. From this point of view, Islamic economics is a sharing economics and taking interest of everybody, all the people, whether they are Muslim or not. As you know, every system has its own belief. For example, capitalism belief worldview is Protestantism. I discussed this point with socialist country. They said, we have no any belief. We don't believe anything. I say, you have a belief. You have a religion. What is your religion? Your religion is Marxism. Owing to this ism, Islam is shaping as a belief system Muslim worldview or worldview of sharing economics. From this perspective, we accept and do believe prophets of God. Noah, Moses, Abraham, Jesus, Muhammad, peace be upon him, all of them are prophets of Allah. They should try to establish peace and cooperation between people. Owing to this reason, the coming century will be based on a new system, which is worldview is human-centered, mutual cooperation, and taking parallel interest approach. I do believe that the papers, ideas which are put forward during this conference will be considered and will be discussed in the future. And we use new technologies during this conference time, and only the participant or the people who are listeners, they are not listening. The future people will evaluate that, and we will discuss these points. I hope in the near future, we will establish a new world order based on Tawheed and Adalah. Owing to this reason, again, I want to thank all organizers, all people who participated, and all people who listened to this conference. I hope these conference results will be tried to be implemented in coming years, inshallah. And I hope some countries will take this opportunity and establish a sharing economic system in order to be example for solving economic problems of our time. From this point of view, I think the position of Turkey is very important because we implemented capitalist system, we reached some results, and now we are going to find out new solutions. No, anybody shouldn't afraid of new solution. This will be betterment for everybody, for American, for all parts of the world. It is not like capitalism, a monopolistic system will serve only certain groups of monopolists. This system is rahmatan lil alameen. It will serve all humankind. Thanks Allah that gave this opportunity for us to participate, to share our knowledge with each other. Thanks you very much. I wish success. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Yeah. Yeah. That is all.
Professor
I tried
Dr.
to summarize. Yeah.
Professor Karim Hassan from University of New Orleans States. Did you hear me, Professor Hassan? Can you open your microphone, please?
The other side, they have to control it. Can you hear me?
It is very good. Okay, we hear you. Thank you. The floor is yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, I was planning to come to Istanbul, Turkey, then pandemic came in. I was very skeptical. How is it going to go? I was really very impressed. Actually, I have attended many of the sessions, including all the keynote speeches. And I want to thank Professor Mehmet Bulut for taking this leadership, Samia Soelam Irti, and Salman Said Ali, Tariqullah Khan, and inside there is Abdul Qadir Chachi and Burhan Saiti, and the others who has done this wonderful job of making these things wonderful. I want to thank personally to Safa Yaldirim. I mean, with this Zoom technology is new to us, just least amount of interruption. Every session was done very wonderfully done. And in addition to that, what happened with this recording this thing, so it will have a history in the online. People can go back and listen to the lectures and benefit from it. And judging, when there was not the committee or selection of the papers quality are pretty good. It has covered all areas. But as Professor Azmi Umar mentioned, there are absence from certain parts of the world like West Africa, Asia, Middle East. And we really have to make this organization, IAE, is more democratic and more inclusive. And we have to really instill the culture of democracy, how the leadership, how the committee, how the membership, and all these things really done. I have been going through this conference for the last 10 years, and some way, always is an ad hoc basis, the leadership. We want to change the world, we want to have a shared economy, we want to bring the even organization Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Hello. Probably I'm kicked out of the meeting room. Safa. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. So I was trying to say that this organization is and we try to change the world. Maqasid of Sharia bring good things. So we should start right with this organization. Hopefully, now we can bring democracy. How we choose our leadership, not on an ad hoc basis. So I'm pretty much done with that thing. I just want to thank you all. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Professor Hassan, thank you so much for your contributions. And now I want to move to Dr. Sami Suvail, the acting director of IRTE. The floor is yours, Dr. Sami. We have a small connection problem with Dr. Sami. I want to say something before contact with him. As you know, this conference first time is realized in this way by online in a weekend. All the presentations are recorded in YouTube, and it is really very impressive, and I would say we hosted very important speakers from all of the world. As you know, we start with the President of Republic of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and then we had two keynotes, two ministers from Turkey and Pakistan, And then in every day, we had 2 keynotes from really important scholars from all of the world, and all the speeches are recorded. And maybe this is also a new challenge for us. And in its history, in the Conference of History, this is again, I think, a very good contribution. And the followers and maybe the new generations can find and can listen, can follow these important scholars, these important speeches during the conference were realized. And I would like to stress this point. And now I want to move to Dr. Salman Said Ali. I think he will say something instead of Dr. Sami Suhail. Dr. Salman, did you hear me? Can you open your microphone, please? We are not hearing you yet.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Sami Al-Suwailem because there was some connection problem. And basically, we would like to thank from IRTI, Islamic Research and Training Institute and Islamic Development Bank, the excellent arrangement that the IZU has made for success of this 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. To all the teams that were working, which we know, and the teams that we do not know, they were working behind the scene, the people who contributed to the success, to the authors of the papers who contributed, to the discussants, to the keynote speakers, and in fact, everybody else, including your good self, Dr. Bulu, and the other organization, the International Association of Islamic Economics as well. We hope that we will continue this tradition in future. And I heard that there is a plan for 13th, 14th, 15th conferences. How it will be materialized, it will be later. But basically, we are thanking, and we hope that the things that are discussed and the intentions that are made during this conference will be acted upon, and we will get researchers and academicians who will take it further to implementation. As we mentioned earlier, that there are many good ideas, but good ideas in themselves are not sufficient to be accepted. There has to be a push for any good idea. What better a good idea than Quran itself? But itself, there was a prophet who was propagating it. So the good ideas have its own market, but they require a push. And this series of conferences, the university teachings, there is academic research, the policy research, that all are that provide that kind of push, and we have to coordinate our activities together. One area that is coming up, and all authors and different people have talked about different areas, is the technology. That how to merge the technology with Islamic finance, and what are the uses of that, not only for finance, but also for economics. These are the things that we should consider in our future conferences and our future research. With that, I thank again on behalf of Dr. Sami Suhail, on behalf of Islamic Research and Training Institute, for this excellent organization. And I hope that the things will be available, the papers in the printed form, as well as on the YouTube segregated, so that people can watch whatever they like, indexed in a manner that is easy to access. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salman, for your contributions and your speech. My distinguished scholars and professors, Professor Arif, Professor Azmi Omar, Professor Kabir Hassan and Dr. Salman and Dr. Sami Suwail. Again, I would like to thank to all of you for your contributions, for your good explanations, and for sharing your ideas. At this point, I again would like to thank to all the contributors. First, to the team of URTI, under the leadership of Dr. Sami Suwail and Dr. Salman, and to the team of Turkish Participation Bank Association, to the all CEOs of banks and under the leadership of Metin Özdemir. And I would like to thank to the Association of Islamic Economics and Finance, to Dr. Ömer Hafez and to all his team. And I would like to thank to the leadership of Musiat, Abdurrahman Khan and his team, and also to the SESTRIC, Dr. Nabil and his team, and to last but not least, to all my team at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, to Ibrahim Güran Yumuşak, the Dean of the Management Faculty, and to Abdulkadir Shashi, to Safa, to Burhan, to Ansari. I would not like to extend the names, but Alhamdulillah, I am very proud of them. I really have a good team, and thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to his help, and to this good team, with this good team, not just from ISU, but from all our organizers for their contributions from the beginning, from 1 year, and especially in recent times, for their encouragement, for their support, for their good wishes every time. And this conference can be realized, and Alhamdulillah, we recorded a history in this week, I think, in these 7 days. And I hope the young scholars, the students, PhD students, master students, and young scholars can find so many things on Islamic economics and finance on YouTube from today in the past. And if there are some, journalists, politicians, policymakers, or scholars from different areas, if they say, what is Islamic economics? Is there anything, it is a real science or economy? They can find so many things about this science. This is a real economy. This is a natural economy. This is a sharing economy. And this economy is the needed today for all Islamic Ummah and for all of the world, I think. And they can find so many things. I would like to conclude with, again, to say thanks to all of you for your contributions, and praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I hope this can be a good start again for a new future. And I hope not just speaking, but to realize in the practice, to implementation. And I hope in near future, just not Islamic Ummah and all of the world will reach to a better life, to a better world, spiritually, materially, and in all aspects of the life. And I hope in a new conferences, such this kind of conference, we can meet again in a good health, in a good conditions, and to make so many contributions to humanity, to realize sadaqah jariyah, to prepare a strong generation, to make dua for us behind us, and to prepare good, books, articles, and the other things Thanks again for all of you. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في أمان الله. مع السلامة.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you.
A university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.